Hitting in the first inning, Chuck Carey on the mound for the Yankees. The first pitch almost gets Griffey in the face. This is the next pitch. Bat flies out to center field. So actually, 2 accidents equal a lot of milling around on the outfield, on the infield grass. Ken Griffey Jr. has to be restrained.
All right, now after the ball game, the Yankees felt that Ken Griffey Jr. should have been ejected for that.
Well, I don't think he should have been ejected. 2 accidents. I mean, that's the way it goes in baseball. I'm sure Chuck Carey was not trying to hit Ken Griffey Jr. I don't think Ken Griffey Jr. was trying to hit him. Just one of those things that happens in baseball.
The Yankees are not so sure. All right, now the Seattle Mariners, a fine young ball club led by Ken Griffey Jr., excellent young pitching staff, but Jim Lefevre, their manager, says they need a cleanup hitter, and they need one right away. They're getting a lot of people on base, but they're not driving many of them in.
Well, they have a perfect third-place hitter in Ken Griffey Jr. He runs, he hits, he drives and runs. He does everything a third-place hitter is supposed to do, but he needs a big bat behind him. He needs a guy that can hit the ball out of the ballpark on occasion, and that's the only way they're going to contend for the American League West is with a big bat in the 4th slot.
Now, the Yankees have their 4th-place hitter, Kevin Moss. They got a lot of good young talent, Roberto Kelly, Hensley Mullins.
Well, I think Kevin Moss is going to be the key to the Yankees this year. Don Mattingly normally is, but I think Kevin Moss has to hit well behind Mattingly in order for Mattingly to have a good year. And I think if he has a good year, Hensley Mullins and all these other guys won't feel a lot of pressure, and I think they will be able to produce. But if he doesn't do well, it's going to have a lot of pressure on the young players.
All right, so we'll get a look at all of them tonight. Mattingly, Moss, Mullins, Kelly, Steve Saxon, the Griffey family is sure. The pride of Wyomissing, Pennsylvania, taking the mound for the Mariners, a product of their farm system. Not a hard thrower, Joe, but he had a real good one the other night against Baltimore.
Well, he won 10-1 against Baltimore, but he also stopped Dave Stewart's streak, you know, here at the King Dome. So he's been pitching very well for the Seattle Mariners lately.
His battery mate, Dave Valley, and the Mariners getting good results from the 2 of them.
Well, the defense will have Gold Glove winner Harold Reynolds at second base. Pete O'Brien, last night's hero, at first. Omar Vizquel is the shortstop. Scott Bradley makes his 2nd start over at third base. Started 1 game there last year. Gold Glove winner Ken Griffey Jr. in center field. Greg Briley will be in left. Jay Buhner, with a strong arm, is in right.
And you get a look at the King Dome, which was almost all filled up last night. 53,000 plus here, and the Mariners made it happen for them as they defeated the Yankees 3-2. Kind of a tensely played ball game with the bad blood at the beginning, as we saw earlier. Rich DeLucia on the mound, and DeLucia, not a real hard thrower, but he came up late last year. They liked what they saw from him, and he's been in and out so far this year, but very much in the other day. This is a guy who made his way through the Mariner farm system, and in a hurry. 1989, Williamsport, Pennsylvania, then San Bernardino last year, then back to Williamsport last year, and then up to Calgary last year in AAA, and finally in September to the Mariners. And now he starts the year in Seattle and is hoping that he'll have to do a little less traveling in 91 and for the number of years to come.
Well, Jim Lefevre will be the guy to decide whether he's a permanent fixture here or not. There's Jim Lefevre. Last year they were trying to get to 500. He said that will not do this year. And I think it was a good goal for last year, but he feels they should be a contender this year. But I think if they're going to be a contender, they have to come up with a 4th place hitter.
Here is Roberto Kelly to lead it off. Kind of a slow start for Kelly at 270. He's a guy who got 300. He did in his rookie year. He takes a called strike.
He's also a perfect leadoff hitter in that he can hit the ball out of the ballpark. He can hit well over 300, and he also steals bases. Very good base runner.
Foul and out of play off to the right. Stump Merrill, the manager of the Yankees. He came on during the season last year, replacing Bucky Dent. Stump has been in the Yankees organization for a long time. Managed some of these young players in the Yankees farm system.
Fastball.
Strike 3, and there is 1 away.
0-2 pitch after a good breaking ball, came back with a good fastball.
Now, Friday night, this series started when Scott Sanderson pitched a beauty, a 3-hit shutout, just totally shutting down the Mariners. Then last night, the Mariners rebounded for a 3-2 victory. A lot of help for Bankhead from the bullpen, and Pete O'Brien, who drove in all 3 of those Seattle runs. So here we go with Game 3. This is a 4-game series, by the way, and we'll finish up tomorrow night here in Seattle. Here's the veteran Steve Sachs. Fastball for a called strike.
Steve Sachs' agent, Tom Rich, had an article out this past week saying that he expects Steve Sachs to be traded soon because the Yankees are going with a youth movement.
You see Sachs with a 6-game hitting streak. It's a rumor that nobody has been able to track down other than Rich, apparently. One of the writers covering the Yankees have been looking for any shred of a rumor that might be true, but nobody's talking if it is.
Well, I think there's a little validity to it simply because Pat Kelly is in AAA doing a great job, good player. He's going to be the second baseman of the future.
So as a slider misses, and it is 2-1 to Sachs, 1 out, nobody on. So validity perhaps to the notion the Yankees would like to trade him, but on the other hand, how many teams are interested? Sachs just signed a long extension, big money.
Yeah, that may hurt in their efforts to trade him.
Base hit for Sachs.
A lot of teams could use a Steve Sachs, though, because he has speed. He can steal a base for you. And he's a good leadoff man or a good second-place hitter, as he's doing here for the Yankees. But he does run well, and I think that's a key to a lot of team success now, having someone at the top of the order that can run.
He, of course, an all-star, and was in the all-star game with the Yankees. And you mentioned stealing bases, as we see Don Mattingly. Only Sachs, Ricky Henderson, and Vince Coleman have stolen at least 40 bases in each of the last 3 years. Sachs doesn't get 80 or 90 like those guys, but he's always around 40 or 50.
And he could steal more, except he plays on a team that doesn't allow him to steal as much as he would like.
Mattingly takes ball 1.
See, this is a situation here. He has the hole there for Mattingly, so he may not steal the base. Mattingly can pull a ground ball in the hole, and he can go to third. You have runners at first and third. So it depends on who you're playing with, how many steals you can actually come up with during a season.
Sachs is back to the bag. Well, Sachs, so far this year, has stolen 4 times in 4 attempts, as you saw on the screen a moment ago. O'Brien on the bag with him, opening that hole. That's a called strike on the outside. It's a ball and a strike. This has always been, over the years, an excellent hitter's ballpark. Mattingly knows about that. A .379 lifetime average here.
Well, this is a good hitter's ballpark for a lot of reasons.
Sachs is back again.
The AstroTurf being one, and of course the park being one of the smaller ballparks in the American League as well.
Right field is the home run porch here. Left field, they've expanded considerably the last couple of years. That's a fly ball to center. Griffey Jr. Won't have to climb any fences or do anything acrobatic to grab that one. 2 men gone. Kevin Moss coming up with Sachs over at first base. Now, right field, it's only 312 to the right field corner. And to the power alley in right center, 352. Now, the wall out there is 23 feet high, so it's sort of a reverse image of Fenway. The wall not quite as high. And if anything, in right field, it might be even shorter than Fenway to reach the wall. 331 down the left field line and 376 to left center. There's a ball outside. There's that wall in right field. It used to be so easy to hit home runs here. And even as I mentioned those shallow dimensions, that wall itself has been moved back a little bit. It used to be so easy to hit home runs out there that then put in the big wall.
Right.
And they held a contest to name it. And the winner submitted a name, naming it after a city in the state of Washington. Walla Walla.
That's pretty good.
It didn't really catch on, though. Trying to hit one over the Walla Walla is Kevin Moss. Moss, 3 for 3 last night with a home run. He hit one out of here in the 9th inning.
Look at Moss's .262 batting average, but he has a .489 on-base percentage. That really means that he gets a lot of walks. He is really, leads the major leagues in walks. It means 2 things. He has a good eye, and he really is not as aggressive as he would like to be at the plate sometimes.
He's walked 27 times already.
And that's not great for him because he doesn't run well.
If he's hitting ahead of Mattingly and he runs well,
right,
they'd like to see Sachs have an on-base average like that, or Kelly, or both.
He's starting to swing the bat much better. He says he's becoming a little more aggressive.
Changeup. Strike 2. 1-2 to Moss.
He's made one other adjustment too, John. Last year he came up and he hit a few home runs right away. And he opened his stance a little more to take advantage of the right field wall. All of a sudden they started hammering him inside and he couldn't handle it. Now he has closed a little bit. He didn't hit many home runs after his first 121 at bats. Now he's closed his stance a little bit more and he's swinging the bat a lot better.
And Sachs is back. 2 down, 1 ball, 2 strike count.
When you hit from an open stance as he did, for a while there, you don't use the lower part of your body. Your legs can't help generate any bat speed.
Pitch out, Sachs. Not going. He took a couple of quick steps, but then he stopped.
He may have read the pitch out. What happened there was DeLucia started to the plate quicker than he normally does. That tells you that there's a pitch out. If you really watch closely, the catcher and the pitcher, they will give the pitch out away 90% of the time.
So Sachs, an experienced old hand, may have read that one well. DeLucia steps off the rubber. A line here on Sachs's lead.
He doesn't have a big lead. There he goes.
Strike 3. They won't have to try and throw him out. The inning is over. So DeLucia strikes out Moss. 1 hit, 1 left. Mariners are coming up. No score. We go to the last of the first from the Kingdome. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan. Sunday Night Baseball. Seattle Mariners coming to bat. And here is their starting lineup. It will be Greg Briley leading off in left field. Harold Reynolds hampered with an ankle injury at second base rather than leadoff, hitting second. Ken Griffey Jr. in center field. Pete O'Brien, last night's hero, hitting cleanup. Alvin Davis, the veteran. He's the designated hitter, batting 5th. Jay Buhner, big, strong slugger in right field, batting 6th. Scott Bradley in there for the injured Edgar Martinez at third base. Dave Valley, the veteran catcher. And Omar Vizquel is at shortstop, batting 9th. And on the mound for the Yankees, that man, a young right-hander, Dave Island, had a big year in AAA a year ago.
Well, he's pitched 22 innings, given up 19 hits. The 7 base on balls against 7 strikeouts is not a good ratio. You want a ratio of 2 strikeouts for every base on balls, but that gets you in trouble every once in a while when you're even with those 2.
There's Matt Noakes, veteran catcher. And although Matt did throw out Ricky the other day, it was against Matt Noakes that Ricky stole that record-setting base.
Noakes has improved in every area, though, thanks to Mark Hill. He's a coach that has really worked well with him.
Here is Greg Briley, third-year man, hitting .265. We've been platooning him, Briley, and he's a guy who can run real well. Hitting leadoff because Harold Reynolds turned his ankle in Baltimore last Wednesday on a wet field after a rain delay, and since he's not running at peak efficiency, they've got Briley hitting in the leadoff spot. And Island misses, ball 1 outside. Island pitched that ball game last Tuesday night, which was televised nationwide on ESPN. And Ricky Henderson did not steal that record-breaking base with Island on the mound. There's ball 2, and the A's really gave Island a lot of credit for that. He varied his delivery, gave him a lot of different looks, and he used that quick slide step. 2-0 the count. There's a strike in the outside.
If the pitcher can use the slide step most of the time with his delivery, it will make it awfully tough for a base stealer to steal a base. But it also takes a lot away from his velocity and his effectiveness to the plate.
2-2 the count. Island, more of a sinker and a slider type pitcher. He throws a curve and a changeup. He says he prefers to throw the sinker and the slider.
He has a good sinker.
2-2 pitch on the way. Right to Sachs. And he throws out Mattingly. Briley retired, 1 away.
The defense will have Don Mattingly at first base. Steve Sachs, which all the rumors are swirling about. Alvaro Espinosa is the shortstop. Jim Leyritz is at third. Roberto Kelly is the best defensive player in the outfield. Hensley Mullins is in left. Jesse Barfield has a very strong and accurate arm in right field.
And the look at the view from the left field seats over the shoulder of Hensley Mullins. And here is the switch hitting Harold Reynolds, off to a real slow start. Strike one, says Rich Garcia. Last night, he hit in the #2 spot, and that's the first time since 1989 that he was not in the lineup as the leadoff hitter.
Good curveball.
Up, and it's a 2-strike count. He's not hitting well right now. 216. Jim Lefevre, they keep charts saying that something like 31 of his outs have been on fly balls or pop-ups. So they've been working with him as he takes a ball, 1 and 2, the last couple of days very intensively. I'm trying to get back to hitting line drives and ground balls, and he feels like when Harold does do that, he can hit 300.
It's a problem that most players have, John. When they go into slumps or they're not hitting well, they hit a lot of balls in the air. And the reason you do that, you're either dropping your back shoulder, you're late on the ball, you're not staying on top of the ball. That's the reason you go into slumps.
That's the way he wants him to hit the ball. Barfield, who was shaded toward the alleyway, able to keep that as a single.
In order to hit line drives or ground balls, you have to get your top hand on top of the baseball. His top hand is his left hand. Let's see if it's on top. It is on top, as you can see, of the ball when he makes contact.
So there's Reynolds at first. He's a guy who can steal a base. But again, right now, he's not at peak efficiency with the little ankle problem. For the year, he's stolen twice. Ken Griffey Jr. comes up, hitting .306. And back to the bag goes Reynolds. And again, last night, the Yankees none too pleased when after carry low-bridged Griffey. The next pitch, Griffey with a swinging strike and the ball flying out of his hands and right past the mound. Ball 1. The Yankees felt that Griffey should have been tossed out of the game. 1 ball, no strikes to Griffey. Back to first goes Reynolds. Griffey did not just pick up the bat and throw it like a tomahawk like Campy Campaneris in the '72 playoffs. He got hit by Laren LeGros and got up and fired the bat at him.
There was no doubt what Campaneris' intentions were.
Yeah.
You have to give Ken Griffey Jr. the benefit of a doubt, I think. The guy that was most angry about last night was Senior. They really had to hold him back because he was very upset. And in a way, I don't blame him. When a ball goes close to a guy's face or head, you know, it brings back thoughts of Tony Conigliaro and guys that have been hit in the face, and it's very dangerous.
A ball and a strike to Ken Griffey Jr. Broken bat, Blue. Kelly will get there. 2 men gone. Reynolds goes back to first.
Junior, he loses a very light bat, John, and every once in a while he really gets out in front and he hits this ball off the end of the bat, thus a little fly ball. Watch his top hand, it'll be under the ball, as you can see right there, but he also hits it off the end of the bat, and he just hits a little fly ball in the center field.
So Griffey is retired. 2 men gone. Pete O'Brien, the hitter. This was the guy they signed last year for big money. Terrible start, then got injured. When he came back, not much improved, and the whole year was a washout. Runner going. Mattingly picks it up. Island covers, and just like that, O'Brien and the Mariners are retired. O'Brien last night, a home run and 3 RBIs. We'll be back. Fish market today.
Got it.
Said, give me a salmon. It came flying over as Barfield swings and misses for strike 1. We're into the 2nd inning. The Pike Place Market near the Seattle waterfront. And that's a wild place and a great spot. Pitch is low for a ball. You can get fresh seafood, produce, and just about anything else imaginable down there. Ball and a strike to Barfield. Strike 2. Barfield with 3 homers and 10 RBIs. And both of these ball clubs have been having a few problems scoring runs. And Mike Frank Swanson with Sunday Night Baseball points out, Joe, that Chris James of the Indians had more RBIs in yesterday's game in Oakland than the 11 of the men starting this game tonight. Barfield down on strikes, and DeLucia has 3 strikeouts already.
The high fastball with something on it is the toughest pitch for any major leaguer to handle, and especially with 2 strikes, you have to wait just a little longer to protect against the breaking ball, and before you know it, fastball's on top of you. It's a 90-mile-an-hour fastball right by him.
Now here is Matt Noakes, veteran left-handed hitting catcher, and the curveball for a swinging strike. Noakes at .333 coming in. 3 homers, 12 batted in.
John, if you watch the Yankee left-handed hitters, they're all set up for the stadium, Yankee Stadium, to pull the ball into that short porch in right field. It's very pronounced. It's a lot more pronounced than, say, the Boston Red Sox right-handed hitters who are hitting at Fenway Park. It's always been a characteristic of left-handed hitters in Yankee Stadium to pull everything to that park, to the short porch and right, but not so with the Fenway Park wall. So it's really kind of unusual. Left-handers make sure they pull the ball, whereas the Boston Red Sox right-handers try to hit the ball straight away. Watch how he opens his hips to get his bat through.
And that trend in Boston is rather controversial. Some of the old heads, like a Frank Malzone, for instance, a fine right-handed hitter, say, hey, we got the wall.
Take advantage of it.
Let's hit some balls over that wall or onto the wall.
I agree with that.
Red Sox have not hit many home runs there or anywhere else the last few years. This is Omar Vizquel off the turf for the true hop. He throws out Noakes. 2 men gone in the Yankees second. No score in the game. 53,700 plus here last night. Pretty good crowd tonight as well.
Watch Noakes' right hip, how it clears right there to get out of the way so he can pull the bat through. That is a pull hitter's stride. He did not pull this pitch because he was behind an account. But that is the way you pull the ball. You clear your hips first and let your bat go through.
Hensley Mullins, the hitter, takes a strike with a slider from DeLucia. Mullins 1 for 8 in the series. He had a real tough night last night. Slow start to the year. Last night, the Yankees had one threat after another, and it seemed like forever. With 2 down and the bases loaded, or 2 men on, Mullins came up, and he says that, as you see his strikeouts, he was getting his pitches too and just not hitting them. A little frustrating, a lot frustrating. 2-1 the count to him.
Any young player will have problems at the beginning of his rookie season simply because he's going to be in the pressure situation with the bases loaded, etc. And the pitchers are going to make quality pitches on him in those situations. It's very tough to walk into the major leagues and become an RBI man from day one. It takes a little while before you can become comfortable under that pressure.
Check swing, and Valley takes care of it. Mullins retired. The Yankees go down 1-2-3. No score. Baseball in Seattle, but it's indoors. When you look skyward, you don't see the sky and the cloudiness. You see a roof and public address speakers. Sometimes the speakers intercept would-be home runs, too. Back in 1979, veteran slugger Willie Horton thought he had hit number 300, a career milestone, on this ball. But no, it hit the speaker. A booming drive turned into only a single. Fortunately for Willie, the next night he did it again, and this time he had number 300. Willie Horton played some of the final games of his career in this ballpark. You see the new speakers in place now at the Kingdome, and still there are balls which hit these speakers. Ernest Riles of the Oakland Athletics had a would-be home run. The speaker down the right field line just a couple of weeks ago. Went as a triple. Here is Alvin Davis, and he takes a strike. Davis, Buhner, and Bradley coming up. No score. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. Next Sunday, we'll be indoors again at one of Joe Morgan's old stomping grounds, the Houston Astrodome, the father of all domes.
It was the first dome. Right. And the toughest one they hit balls out of.
The mother of all domes, then, perhaps. as Davis has a count of 2-1. The Astrodome, a little more difficult to hit home runs there than here at the Kingdome.
Here, and it's more difficult than any place. The Metropolitan Dome, you know, the Metrodome is tougher than that too. And no one understands why. You know, that park has always been tough to hit home runs in. All the other domes are easier.
The concrete bonnet on this ballpark. 3-1 to Alvin Davis. Island to the plate, and that is caught by Mattingly. Sounded like he might have broken his bat as he hit it.
Well, that's what AstroTurf does for you. Lets you play deep.
Now let's go to Chris Berman.
All right, John, thank you. That's the only game going on right now in the majors. And I'll tell you what, the Oakland A's are very happy to see the Cleveland Indians depart. They KO'd Welch today, 11 runs off him, 35 runs, 40 hits the last 2 days. Cleveland over Oakland. Rob Deere hit a pair of homers as Detroit beat Texas. Back to John and Joe.
Thank you, Chris. Here, no score. We're in the last of the second. One out, and Jay Buhner, former Yankee farmhand. And they were really high on this fellow when he was coming up through the system. There's a called strike at the knees, 0-1. But Buhner has always been hampered by injuries. You see his 4 home runs already. Pretty good on base average considering the batting average. He drives one into left center field deep and caught by Mullins. Had no loft in that one whatsoever, and Mullins was playing way over into the gap to start with.
They were not playing him to pull. If they were playing him to pull, that ball would have been in the gap. There's a young fellow, Mullins. He gets a good jump on the ball. Actually overruns it a little bit. Makes the catch. Good concentration.
2 down for the Mariners, and here is Scott Bradley. Now, he is a catcher and almost never plays third base. This is only the second time he's been there this year, as Edgar Martinez sprained an ankle on Friday night and has not been able to play.
They said he's available for pinch hitting duties if they need him tonight.
And I hope they do. I'd like to see him hit. The guy was red hot start of the year. 2-0 to Bradley.
He's always hit well in every place he's played along the minor league trail getting to the major leagues. Hit well last year. He led the team in hitting last year.
Steve Sachs throws out Scott Bradley. Well, both of these young pitchers had things well in hand after 2. There is no score. Tuesday Night Baseball on ESPN. The Dodgers and the Mets, and Darryl Strawberry returns to New York for the first time, and it won't be an easy one for him. Frankie Sweet Music Viola on the mound against the Straw Man. You'll see it right here on ESPN, 7:30 Tuesday. Here we're in the top of the third, and Jim Leyritz leads off for the Yankees. Right back to DeLucia. And just like that, there is one away.
John, on AstroTurf, the second baseman cannot take a backward step. He has to go directly to the ball, because if you go take the backward step, the ball will pick up speed and it'll go by you. Watch Steve Sachs. He goes straight across, and that's the way to catch the ground ball. If he goes backwards, that ball will pick up speed and it'll go by him. Nice play by Steve Sachs. He gets rid of it quickly to retire his man at first.
And now here is Alvaro Espinosa, the Yankee shortstop, hitting 9th. Slider from DeLucia for a strike. Now, you're saying on regular grass field,
you go backwards
because you have the extra time.
Exactly. Here you have to play the angles on AstroTurf. This is what the great thing about AstroTurf fields is that it demands quickness, not necessarily speed, but quickness. That first step has to get you into the line with where you're going to cut the ball off.
Espinosa, base hit. And he's had a lot of them early on this year. And he's going to try for 2 now, and he's going to make it. Speaking of turf, that one got on that turf and took off out there. Briley had trouble cutting it off.
Briley actually went to the right spot. He just fumbled the ball after he got there. He went to the proper angle. He went straight across to cut it off. Watch, he gets there. He just misses it. It hits off the thumb of his glove, and by the time he retrieves it, Espinosa's in the second easily with a double.
And his 7th double of the year. Espinosa coming into the game hitting .322. One out. Espinosa at second. Here's leadoff man Roberto Kelly. Kelly hails from Panama. Takes the ball outside. 1 ball and no strikes. He struck out his first time. Got a man in scoring position right here. No score. Top of the third. Espinosa is not a real fast runner. That breaking ball is low from DeLucia. 2 balls and no strikes. Last year, there were only 2 players who hit more homers and stole more bases than did Kelly. And those 2 were both MVPs, Ricky Henderson and Barry Bonds. So he is a good player. Got the tools. Fouls that one out of play. 2-1.
When you hit a single or you hit a ball into the outfield, you run to first base very hard, and then you watch the ball. Watch Espinosa pick up the ball in his center field. Right there, he sees it's fumbled by Briley. Now he goes all the way to second. He was not actually going to second if Briley would have picked it up and come up with it cleanly. Good base running by Espinosa. He's watching all the way. You have to keep your eyes on the outfielders.
Now Kelly trying to pick him up. Pops it up. Right up in the maze of speakers and wires. Makes it through all of that and back out of play. We showed that Willie Horton would-be home run back in '79. The speakers now are 23 feet higher in the air than they were then. But still, the speakers on occasion get hits. Dave Valley of the Mariners hit one. As you look at the one out in left field, he hit one in straightaway center and ended up getting a triple, but trying to stretch it into a home run. I mean, he hit a home run, he figured.
I was going to say, might as well go for it.
And he got thrown out at the plate. 2-2 the count to Kelly. Espinosa breaks for third. There's nobody there. Base count. Too late. You see Kelly's speed. Scott Bradley, ordinarily a catcher playing third. He went over after that one. And a good base running again by Espinosa.
Very good base running. Espinosa saw that Briley left third, so he wasn't going to have a play there. Vizquel does a good job, but AstroTurf does not allow you to plant yourself and fire the ball. And he couldn't get enough on the throw to get Kelly at first base. AstroTurf requires you get rid of the ball very quickly.
Now Kelly is at first base, as you say, but he's not likely to stay there for a whole long time. Sachs comes up. Sachs has been awfully tough in spots like this early on. With a runner at second or third or both, he's hitting .500 so far this year. Now Kelly at first, he's a base stealer. He has stolen 4 times this year. Ball 1 to Sachs. Sachs single to right his first time. We're in the third inning. No score in the game. The Mariners are playing for the double play. Vizquel at short and Reynolds at second, both pulled in a bit to double play depth. O'Brien is on the bag at first with Kelly. And at third base, Bradley is just a step or 2 back of the bag. DeLucia delivers. And Sachs with a fly ball deep into center, plenty deep enough to score Espinosa. Griffey with the catch. And the scoring on the play is Espinosa. And it is 1-0 Yankees.
It's one of the reasons that Griffey Jr. wins a Gold Glove. That's a smart play. Some outfielders with a strong arm would have tried to throw the ball all the way to the plate. He threw the ball right to second base to keep Kelly from advancing up one base. He's got great baseball instincts. He's going to be a great player.
That is the 13th RBI for Sachs. In a way, he's kind of taken advantage of Espinosa's hot start. Espinosa's been on a lot. But it's also a kind of a commentary on the Yankees' struggles early on, because he leads the team in RBIs. Steve Sachs is leading the team in RBIs. Things are not going particularly well.
Very good point.
Thank you, Joe. I love it when you say that.
Actually, I wish I would have said it.
Joe, by the way, I just wanted to say, you have a beautiful tie on tonight.
Oh, thanks, John.
Well, you don't think that's a good point?
Yeah.
All right. Rich DeLucia. Back to first is Kelly. 1-0 Yankees. Top of the third. Mattingly flied to center his first time. DeLucia again sending Kelly back to the bag. Now Mattingly's not hitting home runs. He's only hit 1. Is it more of a chance now that Kelly with 2 down will try and steal his way into scoring position?
I would think so. He should try to steal if he can read the pitcher.
That's a ball to Mattingly. 1 ball, 1 strike.
When you watch DeLucia plant his foot on the rubber, he's on the extreme third base side of the rubber. What that does is gives him a chance to crossfire a little bit on the right-handers, and it also gives him a chance to just line up on the outside corner to the left-handed hitters. I'm sorry, the right-handers, he can crossfire, the left-hander just stay out there.
Mattingly has a base hit into right field. Kelly will stop at second. Buhner not throwing as well as he used to. He used to have a great arm out there. The Yankees have runners at first and second on the Mattingly single, and Moss is coming up.
Don Mattingly used to lean back in his stance more. Now he's more straight up. Pretty much the same swing. Keeps his head right there. Uses his hands very well. And he can still drive the ball. He's just not getting it in the air for power as he did before, but I'm sure that'll come. He's feeling better every day. I talked to him before the game. He says some days he feels like he can really drive the ball. Other days he feels like he's got to hit line drives.
Well, most seasons in Mattingly's career, as Moss steps in, chance to deliver some runs here. 2 down and a run is in. Mattingly has not hit for power early in a season, even when his back was fine and everything was at its best for him. And the changeup, strike 1. But now, because of the back problems, you're not sure. Is Mattingly just not going to hit many home runs, or is this just one of those slow starts like he used to have?
You will not be able to know that until, you know, a couple of weeks, 3 weeks from now. But he says he feels better. The back is not bothering him, but he has to know for sure in his own mind that his back's not going to bother him again before he really cuts loose.
1 strike to count. 2 on, 2 out. Pick off at second. Vizquel takes the throw too late. Kelly is back. Did Vizquel call that, you think?
I'm sure he did. He gave the daylight sign because of Kelly's getting a big lead at second base. And the one thing you want to do is try to hold these runners close and give your outfielders a chance to throw them out at home. It's tough to score from second on a single on AstroTurf.
That's the ball inside to Moss. He hit a home run here in the 9th inning last night. He had a fastball that was down and also in. He just kind of opened up on it and whacked it out of here. Kevin Moss really burst upon the scene last year in the middle of a terrible Yankee season. A flurry of home runs. There's a curve, and he hits a soaring fly ball to Griffey in straightaway center. And just like that, the inning is over. The Yankees get a run, 3 hits, 2 left. Yanks are leading 1-0.
Check if our Budweiser National League scoreboard shows on Sunday. West was best. Only the Cubs, one of the Eastern teams. Big day for Eric Davis. Tom Browning up to 4-1 as the Reds beat St. Louis 4-2. Kevin Mitchell, home run number 8 as the Giants won. Let's go back to Seattle.
All right, Chris, thank you. And here it is 1-0 Yankees over the Mariners as the Mariners come to bat with Dave Valley, Omar Vizquel, and Greg Briley.
We're talking about a home run hitter's swing. Watch the power in Moss's swing. He drops his back shoulder right there. See his back shoulder is below, you know, his front shoulder. That means he's going to hit the ball in the air. Right here, he drops it, and that's a power hitter swing, but you have to pull the ball in order to make that effective in Yankee Stadium.
And as we saw, even here in the Kingdome as well. Dave Valley, the hitter, batting .203. 2 home runs. He hit them both in Baltimore earlier this week. The curveball from Island is too high. 1 ball, 1 strike. To the count.
And he nailed Matt Noakes with his backswing. Noakes says he's okay.
He says, I got nailed.
Watch Valley's follow-through hits Noakes.
Not a friendly thing to do from one catcher to the other. Inside for a ball. 2-2. How often do you think that happens to a catcher?
Over the course of a season, at least 20 times or so.
2-2 the count to Valley. And that will go back out of play. A foul off to the right. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Hey, peanut minute. Looks like he's playing in the NBA out there. Magic Johnson gets an assist for doing that. That fella gets, what, a couple of bucks. 2-2 the count to Dave Valley. This is Leyritz to Mattingly, and there is one away. Be sure and tune in to ESPN tomorrow at 12 Eastern for the Winston 500. It was rained out earlier today, and you'll be able to see it live from Talladega, the super speedway, as pole sitter Ernie Irvin tries to duplicate his Daytona 500 triumph. Now, again, it was rained out earlier today, so tomorrow live at noon. Tell your friends. One away in the Mariners' third, and here is Omar Vizquel, a switch hitter. Batting left-handed, hitting only 190. He's not in the lineup for his bat. You like his work at shortstop. Strike one, rather.
Hitting instructor Gene Kleins was really working with him before the ball game to try to get him to get on top of the ball, hit ground balls and line drives as he's working with Harold Reynolds.
Strike two.
Guys that can run a little bit on AstroTurf, you can chop the ball on the ground, but if you hit the ball on the ground, it has a chance to get through the infield. You hit the ball in the air when you're a little guy. If it comes down, you're going to be out most of the time.
2 strikes the count. Hit that one on the ground, but not very far. Ireland throws him out. 2 men gone, and we go to the top of the order for Greg Briley.
A lot of pitchers fall off to one side of the mound or the other. You can see Island stays right there, and he's able to chase the ball. That's perfect fielding position if you're a pitcher. He does not fall off to left of the mound or to the right. He's right in the middle, ready to field his position.
Some Mariner fans join the ambiance of the Kingdome, and under the new ownership, this place has changed dramatically. It's a fun, lively place to watch a ball game now.
Real fun place. They even have singles nights here. They have 4 of them during the year, John. What they'll do is have sections with singles only, and then after the ball game, they have a dance and a party right out there on the field. 4 times a year.
You mean sections where you have to be single to sit there?
Yeah. Well, that's the way they try to do it.
You mean like there'd be like single women, and they allow single men also to sit in the same section?
That's what it's supposed to be. That's the way it's supposed to happen.
Well,
I don't know if that's discriminating or not, but that's the way it's supposed to happen.
Okay, well, let's say that happens. Then what?
After the game, they have a party on the field. They can dance.
They do?
Yeah, music and everything.
Well, and then what?
John, I haven't been here yet. I just read it.
Well, you're the expert. Analyze this for me.
Oh, I was talking to them about it. They said that they have a lot of fun with that. 4 times. In fact, they have so much fun. Like I said, there's 4 singles nights, not 1,
and
but
so
4.
what? The married folks just go home, right? Is that it? You're married, go home. Go home to the kids and the dishwasher. 3-1 the count. And that's caught by Mattingly. Side is retired. Briley is out. We've played 3 innings here. The Yankees with a single run. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball from the Kingdome. Baseball indoors. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan, and the Yankees lead the Mariners 1-0 as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Jesse Barfield will lead it off against the Mariner right-hander Rich DeLucia. Barfield struck out his first time. Takes the ball inside. Yanks with 1 run and 4 hits. The Mariners no runs and 1 hit. Rich DeLucia, the man facing Barfield, 26 years of age. He was a 6th round draft choice in 1986. There's a called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. He attended the University of Tennessee, and it was there that he really concentrated on pitching. But as a high schooler and when he was younger, he played a lot of shortstop. Popped up, chasing it is O'Brien, and he's got it. Barfield is retired. 1 away. Matt Noakes coming up. DeLucia was drafted by the Philadelphia Phillies, which is the team, as he grew up in Pennsylvania. He was a great Phillies fan. Loved Steve Carlton in particular. And they drafted him as a shortstop. But they offered him so little money that he decided to go to the University of Tennessee. And it was there they had him concentrate on his pitching. Here's ball 1 to Matt Noakes. But Joe, just like a lot of pitchers, he says he still wonders. He says, you know, if I'd signed as a shortstop, I always wonder how I would have done. I feel like I could have hit up here.
A lot of people feel they could have hit in the major leagues until they have to do it.
Here's a fly ball. Riley in left center, takes it. Noakes is retired. 2 men gone. Both of these pitchers really using an economy of pitches. They're getting it done quickly.
Well, the thing that they're doing is throwing strikes. They're getting ahead in the count. And if you get ahead in the count, you can get the hitters to chase your pitch. You do not have to throw a lot of strikes if you can get ahead. You have to throw a few strikes at the beginning. But what they're doing is getting ahead and making the hitters hit their pitch.
Now here is Hensley Mullins, who hails from Curacao, facing Rich DeLucia, swinging strike 1, who hails from Wyomissing, Pennsylvania. Real intercultural exchange here. Mullins from Curacao, which is maybe 35 miles off the coast of Venezuela. There's a foul tip. Strike 2. He grew up speaking English, Spanish, French, Dutch, and the language of Curacao, one of the local language, Papamiento. And he might have been cursing in all 5 of those languages after he left the bases loaded a couple of times last night. 2 strikes to Hensley. Strike 3 on the outside. DeLucia in a very strong 4th inning, but he and the Mariners trailing 1-0 after 3 1/2.
Now he's wearing Dodger blue. Hometown hero Frank Viola hopes to spoil the trip. It's Darrell's first time back at Shea as the Dodgers meet the Mets, leading off ESPN's Tuesday night doubleheader.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is brought to you by State Farm Insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. By Ramada. Ramada for the people who get it done. And by durable weather beater paint. Only at Sears, the home of America's craftsmen.
Sunday Night Baseball coming to you from the beautiful city of Seattle. As you see the Space Needle, the centerpiece of the World's Fair, 1962. Back when you and I were about, what, 10 years old.
Beautiful city, John.
Well, I was 10, I know. Here is Harold Reynolds to try and get something started for the Mariners, who've been shut down by Dave Island. Curveball, it's a little bit low. This guy, Island, last year, this guy, to me, he's this guy, Joe.
All right.
Last
Number
year,
28.
yeah, this guy, Island, 16-5 last year at Columbus. That's foul. 1-1. He is originally from Florida, and he'll turn 25 in July. So it's about that time. If he's going to make a move for the big leagues, this is the time to do it.
Well, the Yankees are going to really have an abundance of pitchers in the next few days. Pascual Perez will be back. Mike Witt.
2-1.
They're going to have some pitchers that maybe if they feel the need to make a trade, they'll have some guys coming back which will allow them to make some deals if they want to. They're going to have a surplus of starting pitchers pretty soon. If there is such a thing.
Check swing foul off to the left, and it's 2-2. The problem, now, you could say that when Gubazar gets back, Kansas City will have a surplus, but you're talking about Boddicker and Saberhagen and Flash Gordon and different kind of guys than you're talking about with the Yankee club.
Yeah, true.
The Yankees would like to have a surplus, including Saberhagen and Boddicker. Look out. Right past Island and into center field, base hit. Reynolds is aboard. He is the only man to reach base for the Mariners, and he's reached twice. Griffey coming up.
We talked about last night's incident with Ken Griffey Jr. against Chuck Carey. I want to show you something here. Hitters do not mind if you throw here inside. The problem is when you get up around their heads, that's where the problem starts. And we'll take a look at the pitch last night, and you'll see how close this comes to Ken Griffey Jr.'s head. Right there. That's when the hitters get upset. Not that they pitch inside, but when they pitch inside near your head.
Now Reynolds, he's the only man in the last 11 years to win a stolen base title in the American League other than Rickey Henderson. Ken Griffey Jr. flying to shallow center his first time. And that's a ball. But again, as Rickey saw the other night, Island can make it tough to get a jump.
And Noakes is throwing a lot better. As I mentioned, he's been working with Mark Hill. His arm hasn't gotten any stronger, but he gets rid of the ball much quicker and more accurately. He threw Rickey out the other day when he attempted the first time to steal the Break Lou Brock's record. And In fact, Ricky had to steal third, not second.
Snokes has really put the time in, and so is Hill, as you mentioned. Hill, long-time big league catcher. Back to first is Reynolds. It's only a one-run ball game. The Yanks won, Mariners nothing. The Mariners into that part of the order where they're hoping to make something happen now. It's a ball to Griffey. 2-0 the count.
He's showing a lot more patience this time than he did the last time. As I mentioned, he feels a little pressure. I've talked to him, and he feels pressure to produce, knowing that there's not a big cleanup hitter behind him. But he's being more patient this time. Get a good pitch to hit.
And Reynolds is back to the bag. Mattingly taking the throw. That's Rusty Kuntz at the bottom of your screen, the first base coach for the Mariners. The Fever's assembled a pretty good group. There's Kuntz, teachers, guys who can really get it together with these younger players. Guys who've not been away from playing themselves for very long. 3-0 to Griffey.
This is a situation that sometimes is caused by a guy at first base who can steal bases. You give him a little of your concentration, and that takes that much away from the plate. You give 20% to the runner, you're only giving 80% to the hitter.
And he walks him. So Reynolds to second, Griffey with the walk. Turns out Reynolds didn't need to steal second base. Now O'Brien, the man who did in the Yankees last night. Espinosa, the man there, number 20, in to talk with Dave Island. And now they're sending Mark Connor, the pitching coach, out to the mound. Dispatched by manager Stump Merrill. There's Connor. And the Yankee bullpen is springing into action now. There's Greg Cadaret, the left-hander, just starting to throw down there. That's Mark Hill alongside of out there. So the Yankees are their starters, and the starters have not done well. Near the last in all of three of those categories. The relievers have done better, and although that's not real impressive, the relievers have had to endure a great deal of the burden. I mean, these guys are already overworked, and it's barely a month into the season. Here is O'Brien. There's Stump Merrill alongside Mark Connor, the Yankee bench. 2 on, nobody out. Stride. The man they were booing all last year, Pete O'Brien, trying to turn that around, and he certainly picked a good night to do it last night. 53,000, and he hit the home run. A 2-run shot, and then a single, and drove in all of the Mariners' runs in a 3-2 victory.
And that was against a left-hander, too, Chuck Carey.
Curveball could be 2. Sacks to Espinosa to Mattingly. Double play. Reynolds takes third. Well, he'll be booing him again soon if he keeps that up.
You want to get a ground ball as a pitcher, you either throw a curveball or a sinker. Steve Sachs makes the play, backhands the ball to Espinosa as he comes across. Nothing for Ken Griffey Jr. to do but get down. And it's a 4-6-3.
And here's Alvin Davis. Alvin is off to a very slow start. He's been the veteran and the big man in that lineup, really ever since his rookie year for the Mariners. And he's always been particularly good in this ballpark. Curve is low from Island to ball 1, but Alvin this is one of the worst starts he's ever had. You can always figure 290, 20-plus homers, 90 to 100 RBIs for him.
He has struggled.
Look out, nice save by Matt Noakes. Saved a run. 2-0.
Alvin Davis has hit 150 career homers. 97 of them have come here in the Kingdome.
So he leads the Mariners in just about every offensive category. Two and 0 the count to him. Runner at third, 2 down. 1-0 the score. Broken back, ground ball right to Sachs. Mariners, they just cannot get a hit with a man in scoring position. Been plaguing them all week long. They're trailing 1-0 after 4.
The big thing is hitting. You know, we feel that our starting pitching is very capable of taking us into the 7th and 8th inning. what we call a quality start. We've got the bullpen now to hold a lead. And what we need to do is score runs. When we lost the first 6, it was just lack of situational hitting. We had been in scoring position. We couldn't seem to come up with a big sacrifice fly, a base hit, or whatever.
I think that was really illustrated there, John. Pete O'Brien was hitting with runners at first and second. Pete doesn't run well. The first thing he has to say is, what is the situation?
Here's Leyritz with a base hit into center field, leading off for the Yankees here in the 5th.
My point is, Pete cannot hit the ball on the ground. He has to make sure he gets the ball in the air, preferably to right field, and the guy at second can tag up and move over to third.
And then he was hitting cleanup right behind Griffey.
Which brings out the point that we discussed earlier, probably more so.
And he's not a cleanup hitter.
Exactly. He's a good hitter, but he's not a cleanup hitter.
The Mariners, going back to their game Wednesday in Baltimore and through this series, as a team have had 1 base hit in their last 22 at-bats with a man or men in scoring position. That's a long drought right there. Runner going, and it's a base hit for Espinosa. Leyritz, although he was running on the pitch, will have to stop at second. The ball was hit so sharply to Briley. Yankees do not have much team speed outside of Kelly and Sachs.
Now, once you leave those top 2 guys, really they're less than average. They're really slow runners.
A lot of teams would have taken advantage of that hit and run and have a guy at third right now.
That's the purpose of the hit and run, so you can take the extra base. If you're not going to be able to take the extra base, it doesn't do any good to hit and run.
And Briley, the left fielder, does not have a very strong arm. They run on him a lot. But
well, they had 3 singles in an inning last night and ended up with the bases loaded. Didn't score a run.
Now here's Kelly. The Mariners pull in at the corners in case he bunts one. 2 on, nobody out. He was looking to bunt. And it's a strike. Was that a strike? I don't think that was a strike. I think he called it a ball. Stump Merrill calling the shots here for the Yankees. I thought they called that pitch a ball, but the scoreboard put a strike up. Way outside, that was definitely a ball. Rich Garcia, the home plate umpire. And that first pitch was a ball. It is 2-0. There's Bucky Showalter. Great credentials as a minor league manager. He managed a lot of these Yankees, including that man, Roberto Kelly, in A-ball a few years back. Gonna have to be a good bunt. Leyritz is a slow runner at second. Outside again. 3-0. What does this drive a manager nuts? Here they are trying to make an out.
Right.
And he won't throw him a strike. 3-0 the count.
They're giving you an out. You're supposed to take it. Stump Merrill.
It's not driving him nuts. He's loving it. Well, it's 3-0 now. Did Kelly still bunt?
No, he has to take a pitch here. He had him bunting before. He has to take.
And he walks on 4 pitches. And Rich DeLucia, all of a sudden, gets in some terrible trouble at the bottom of the batting order. Bullpen activity for the Mariners now, as pitching coach Mike Paul will go to the mound. Bases loaded. Nobody out. There's Bill Kruger, the left-hander, starting to throw in the Mariner bullpen. We're in the 5th. The Yankees ahead 1-0. Now, this is the spot that they had, it seemed like, the whole night last night. Every inning, they'd have 2 on, 3 on, and they just could not score. Now they get the bases loaded, nobody out, and Sachs, Mattingly, Moss. They're looking at a big inning, perhaps, here.
Right. You're looking at a guy, though, Steve Sachs, who knows how to hit in this situation. He's a veteran player. He will make sure that he gets the job done. He'll get a pitch that he thinks he can get the job done with anyway.
He leads the team in RBIs right now, including driving in the only run of this game with a fly ball back in the 3rd.
What you do in this situation, you do not swing at a sinker on the first pitch or the first strike. You get a pitch up a little bit in the strike zone that you know you can hit in the air or hit a line drive on. If he throws you a good sinker and you swing at it, all you can do is hit it on the ground, and it's probably going to be a double play. So you have to make sure that he gets the ball up in this situation.
There's a strike, and it's 0-1. Last night, the Yankees left 13 men on base. I'm sure in their clubhouse, they lose the game 3-2. After the game, they say, hey, we should have won this one 7-3 or something.
That was a good breaking ball down from DeLucia, so Sachs took it.
Throws the slider again, but this time it's too low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Steve Sachs, we mentioned the last time, there's Lefevre, hoping that his club He's able to do some damage control here. Sachs is hitting .500 with men in scoring position this year, 10 for 20. That could be 2. Vizquel to Reynolds to O'Brien. They get the double play. They give up the run to get the double play to try and stay out of the big inning. It's 2-0. But Sachs hits the double play ball.
You have to give DeLucia credit on this. He kept all 3 pitches down to Sachs. Sachs actually hits it hard. He just hits it where the shortstop can come up with. That's a line drive on 1 hop. Shortstop Vizquel comes up with it, flips over to Reynolds, and back to first, and it's a double play. So both guys did their jobs. DeLucia won the battle because he kept the ball down. Sachs hit it hard, but to no avail, except the Yankees do get a run out of it.
Now here's Mattingly, and he takes a strike. Mattingly has flied to center and single. He's got a runner at third here. Base hit means a run. DeLucia, he gets Mattingly, gets out of this inning very cheaply. Curveball, swung on and missed, strike 2.
Very good pitch. He really changed speeds on Mattingly there. Mattingly was fooled. That's the reason that he swung so hard. He wasn't really trying to drive this ball out of the ballpark. He was just fooled, so he went ahead and swung at it. 66-mile-an-hour curveball coming off a 90-mile-an-hour fastball. Big difference there. That's why Mattingly was so far out in front.
Now, Espinosa, you can't see it there. Espinosa just came breaking down the line from third, trying to distract DeLucia.
Good pitch.
Just miss it.
Ooh, good pitch.
Dave Valley thought so. He was listening to you and not to Rich Garcia.
Well, we will look at this pitch again, and maybe you can tell me what's wrong with it. I mean, I don't care what camera angle you use, you can't let a hitter take that pitch.
And DeLucia tries it again. Curveball right back to him. So Rich DeLucia, that could have been the ball game in this inning.
Yeah.
Yankees looking at 3-4 runs maybe. They get just the 1. Next Sunday night, join us at 8 p.m. Eastern as we've got 2 very young ball clubs and exciting ball clubs, the Cardinals and the Astros. Felix Jose of the Cardinals, Craig Biggio of the Astros. They're right among the league's leading hitters right now. And that will be next Sunday from the Astrodome. Joe Torre's Cardinals and Hardhouse Astros. The Astros won again today in Pittsburgh, 6-4. There was the Astros of all teams who went in and cooled off the Pirates, who've been running roughshod and over just about everybody. Houston beat them yesterday 8-3 and 6-4 today. And this young fella, Jeff Bagwell, had a long home run this weekend at Pittsburgh. The guy they picked up from the Red Sox. Buhner hits a foul and Nopes into the dugout to take it.
We talked about the pitch that Don Mattingly took 0-2. Now watch where this pitch is. Right in the box. Okay, now when he catches it, he may be a little lower, but it's not where he catches it, it's where it crosses the plate. Now he catches it, it crossed the plate, Valley starts to run off. The pitcher started with strike 3. Everybody did, including Mattingly. But Rich Garcia said ball 1.
Oh, that pitch was way, Joe. I'll tell you that. And there's ball 1 to Bradley. Well, when you showed that replay just now, you saw Garcia. It looks like he's going to do it here. Way over on the inside corner. Makes it tough for him to see out there.
Well, that ball was in the middle of the plate. It wasn't really toward the outside. It was interesting. That's why I thought it was so unusual.
Well, you think
I think he didn't make a call right away because Valley got up and ran off the field.
You think he went for Valley moving the glove back over across or something?
Could have been. But again, it's where it crosses the plate, not where the catcher catches it or where the catcher moves it to.
Right. But when they're on the inside corner like that, I mean, any pitch to the outer part of the plate or away is, I mean, how can he see it?
Well, that's been one of the complaints, I mean, I guess over the years, that the outside edge is lost, you know, sometimes. But, you know, Garcia's a very good umpire, veteran umpire, so he knows where the outside corner is.
Well, and the complaint is oftentimes that they extend that outside corner. Catchers are able to steal strikes out there.
The catcher, number 10, David Valley.
But, well, just don't mention that pitch to Rich Garcia if you happen to see him.
Well, I think it was.
He knows.
Dave Valley got up and ran off. I mean, that shows you a catcher's never going to show an umpire up like that.
And Rich didn't seem to be too upset with him either, so he knew. There's ball 1 to Dave Valley. Grounded to third his first time. Scott Bradley drew the walk. He's at first base. 1 out. The Mariners are trailing 2-0 to Dave Island and the Yankees. Island used to be a football player at the University of Florida. Played fullback and tight end. This should be 2. Espinosa will take it himself to Mattingly. And that is the inning. The Mariners have only 2 hits against Island through 5. 2-0 Yanks.
Miller presents Streaks, Peaks, and Valleys. Streaks, Brett Butler of the Dodgers, 12-game current hitting streak. Peaks, Rob Dibble, 18 Ks his last 9 innings for the Reds. And Valleys, yes, fittingly Dave Valley and the Mariners. 1 for the last 21 with runners in scoring position going into the game. Let's go to the other Miller, John.
Yes, Chris, this is the other Miller back here at the Kingdome in Seattle. It's not singles night tonight, is it?
No, I don't think so.
There'll be a big party on the field after this game. Singles night, as Joe mentioned earlier, is next, when is it?
Tuesday, I think.
Okay.
First
Coming
game.
up. Coming up.
Friday, May 10th. Whenever May 10th is. I lose my dates.
Friday. Well, it's coming up. Kevin Moss, the hitter, and he has struck out. He has struck out and flied out in this game. And now he's got himself a base hit, maybe an extra base hit. Into the corner goes Buhner. And we're going to have a play here. Going to be close. He is out.
Two things we talked about here come into play. First, the throw by Bruner. We talked about how good his arm was from right field. He takes the throw off the wall, comes up, fires a strike to second base all the way in the air. Look at that. That's a shot. Right on target. Vizquel makes the tag. The other thing we talked about is the lack of speed by Moss. He has a bad right knee. And he tries to dive in there safely, but no chance. That is the 4th assist for Buhner.
Which is pretty good this time of year. And he hasn't played that many. He had only 1 all of last year. This is only his 22nd game of this year. Barfield, the hitter, taking ball 1. Struck out and fouled out. And there's ball 2 from Rich DeLucia. Matt Noakes on deck. 2-0 Yankees in the 6th. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Yanks. No runs, 2 hits for the Mariners. That's the kind of arm Buhner used to show.
Still has it.
Now Buhner being tested on this one. It will go over his head. It hits the padding, and Barfield, who knows all about strong arms from right field, will not test him.
Barfield is a little late on the fastball. Hits it well down the right field line. Fastball down and away. He goes down and gets it. Buhner plays it perfectly off the wall, and he's ready to fire again, but Barfield stays at first for the single.
Now Jim Lefebvre out to the mound to visit with Rich DeLucia, who's starting to get hit hard in this inning. We're in the 6th. Moss with a shot into the corner. There is Billy Swift warming up in the Mariner bullpen, the right-hander. And then Barfield follows it up with a ball off the wall out there. Jesse Barfield, he gets only the single there, but he did not have to contend with Ken Griffey Jr. climbing up the wall. It happened last year at Yankee Stadium in a game. Barfield was going for his 200th home run. Looked like he had it, and then, whoa, Ken Griffey Jr. took it away from him just about a year ago. And in attendance that night at Yankee Stadium was Ken Griffey Sr. He was with the Reds. He had a night off. And after the catch, Sr. was beaming with pride at the great play by his son. And a lady leaned over and asked him, said, "Is that your son?" And of course, with parental pride, he said, "Yes, it was." And then she said, "I thought so. Jesse Barfield, the guy who hit the ball, that's my husband." Jesse Barfield. He didn't get number 200 that night, but he eventually did, and he's going to get a lot more, too. Matt Noakes, the hitter, Grounded out and flied out.
The end of that story, he hit one the next day for the home run for number 200, and he yelled at Griffey, "Catch that one."
Here is Noakes. There's his strike. 1-1. 1 out, 1 on in the 6th inning. 2-0. The Yanks ahead. Well, the ball that Buhner just played so cautiously, I think Ken Griffey Jr. would have gone after that one.
Well, he goes after everything, which is youth, and you know, you think you can catch everything. If it's hitting his direction, he feels like he can make the catch.
Ball and a strike to Noakes. 2-1 the count.
He's the second youngest player ever to win a Gold Glove at his position. Johnny Bench, former Reds catcher, was the youngest to win a Gold Glove at his position.
Here he is. Now, that catch we showed at the beginning of the telecast where he crashed into the wall in Baltimore last Tuesday, he hurt his knee on that play. Ooh, breaking ball, strike 2, swinging. And Griffey had to come out of the game eventually after that play the other night.
It's a slow curveball. Watch, way out in front is Matt Noakes. But again, you throw someone 90-mile-an-hour fastball and you come back with a 66-mile-an-hour changeup. It's very tough for the hitter to wait that long after he's programmed himself to hurry up and catch up with the fastball.
2-2 pitch. Jeez, struck him out.
And there's a good example of why. You throw a hitter a 60-mile-an-hour, 90 to 60 to 90 is awfully tough. I mean, it's tough for the guy to catch up with. He waits a little longer for the curveball. Now the fastball is buying. That's what you call keeping the hitter off balance by changing the speeds. That's exactly how you want to pitch. Good pitching is keeping the hitter off balance. Either you throw a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, he can't catch up with it, or you change speeds, as DeLucia did there.
Here is Hensley Mullins now. He's grounded out, struck out. Runner at first, 2 down, and there's a ball. Mullins was such an interesting cultural background, coming from the Netherlands, Antilles, and Curacao, and speaking 5 languages. I asked him how he pronounced his name, how his mom pronounced it. And he said Hensley Mullins. Try that one.
Mullins.
That was good. All right.
I'm going to call him Mullins.
2-0 the count. There's Barfield at first. Pronounced Barfield. 1 hop to Bradley. The catcher turned third baseman to Reynolds, forcing Barfield. And the slump continues for Mullins. 2 hits for the Yankees, but no runs. And Jay Buhner, a large role in making that happen. He threw out Moss. Nothing for the Yankees in the inning. Years ago tomorrow, Gaylord Perry, the ancient Mariner, capped a 22-year career with his 300th win. Perry won 134 games in his career while with the Giants, then 70 with Cleveland. He had 48 wins in Texas, 33 in San Diego, 4 with the Yankees. He had 8 more in Atlanta, and still 4 more in Kansas City. 314 in all, 8 teams along the way. And there's Gaylord here at the ball game tonight. He got that 300th win 9 years ago tomorrow here at the Kingdome against the Yankees, who are pitching for the Mariners. And they have Gaylord Perry night tomorrow night here at the Kingdome. Gaylord will be honored as you see Vizquel take a strike from Island. He'll be honored before the game, and they'll have posters, and it should be a nice night at the ballpark. Gaylord Perry night tomorrow night. Gaylord's been doing some coaching at the college level lately. Espinosa, long throw, not in time. Vizquel beats it out, only the 3rd hit for the Mariners.
It's a good job by Palermo at first base. He waited to make sure of his call. It's a ground ball in the hole. Again, on AstroTurf, it's tough to plant. So you take 1 extra step. He can't really plant his back foot. He does a great job to get that much on the throw. Very fine play by Espinosa. Watch how quickly he gets rid of this ball. That is about as good as you can make that play, but Vizquel gets down the line very quickly.
Now Briley, the hitter. Dave Island working on a shutout. We're in the last of the 6th, but he has just a 2-run lead with which to work. Vizquel is back. And And the Yankee bullpen is going to get busy here. Again in the 6th inning. Island has walked 2 men in the game. There's Greg Cadaret up again. Island has not struck out anybody, but he's not going to strike out many.
Just make good pitches, keep the ball down.
Get that one down on the ground, but foul.
And that's what he's trying to do, get another ground ball. When the Mariners have been successful in getting a couple of runners on in the 4th and 5th inning, he induced the hitters to hit into double plays. He got ground balls from them. So he's pitched a very good ball game, a smart ball game.
He's gotten 8 ground ball outs, including 2 for double plays in the first 5 innings. Actually gotten 10 outs with 8 ground balls in just the first 5 innings. And the single here by Vizquel was a ground ball to the infield. He's like Tommy John used to be. If you see him getting a lot of ground balls, he's probably having a good night.
Gaylord Perry as well. He had a little help.
Yeah, he's had the, what did he call it? The country sinker. There's a sinker that misses, and it is 1-2 to Briley.
And he had a good one.
Island working into the 6th inning. 65 pitches he's thrown.
That surprises me. Only 35 strikes to 30 balls.
Only walked 2. There goes. Nope, he was just bluffing.
But he seems like, especially the first 3 or 4 innings, he was always ahead of the hitters.
There's Vizquel, the runner at first. Nobody out. Short hop by Espinosa for a double play.
And he does it again. It's 3 innings in a row the Mariners have hit into double plays while trying to mount a threat.
So 3 straight times the guy's gotten on base, and the very next hitter hits the double play.
The reason he gets the double play, he keeps the ball down. Espinosa makes a fine play, gets it over to Sachs. Very easy turn for the second baseman there. 6-4 to 3.
And the reason you didn't see Vizquel running to second base, he wasn't sure if the ball had been caught or not. So he held up wisely. Then when he saw that it had been caught, he realized he wasn't going to be involved at second. So he just got out of harm's way. Here's Reynolds, who has 2 hits in 2 at-bats, and he takes ball 1. Last of the 6th, Yankees 2, Mariners nothing. And that's a foul ball, a ground ball. So let's see, that's 9 ground balls for 12 outs. Somebody sitting in the ball game here tonight with a little Carl Yastrzemski puzzle. The young lady's got one of the best seats in the house, and she's working a puzzle down there. Why? I don't know. That's a puzzle to me. 1 ball, 1 strike to Reynolds. 2 down, nobody on. Griffey would be next. Right-hander Island to the plate. Drag bunt attempt, but 1 quick hop to Sachs, and he couldn't get it out of his glove. Safe at first. Base hit for Reynolds.
Well, Reynolds' idea is good. He's trying to get on base. Sachs had the ball in plenty of time, but he double clutched. And you can't do that with the fleet guys running down the line.
Why did he double clutch? It looked like he had it out of his glove.
Well, he probably did not have a real good grip on it when he first wanted to throw it.
Well, the sight of that man coming to the plate as the possible tying run has Stump Merrill concerned, and he's going to the mound with Cadaret up in the bullpen.
Well, this is a situation that we're talking about when the Mariners need a cleanup hitter behind Ken Griffey Jr. Now the pressure falls on him to try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. Say, okay, we're down 2 runs. I'm the tying run. Try to hit the ball out of the ballpark. You say that he doesn't have to hit the ball out of the ballpark. He can get a single or a double. That's true. But when you're a kid that's had a lot of success as he has and been, you know, a guy that they count on in the clutch, you're going to try to get the job done. So it puts more pressure on him than he needs at this time in his career.
And that's a foul out of play. Jim Lefebvre told me last night, I walked into his office before the game, talking about his ball club. He said, look at this on-base average for this team. It's pretty good. Second or third best in the league. We're getting guys on, but we're not getting them home. We need a cleanup hitter, and we need him now. We need him right away. Griffey with a drive into right center field. Barfield's going to turn and look at this one. It's off the scoreboard. Reynolds is racing around third. He's heading home, and here's the throw. Chase! Griffey will take third. 2-1 Yankees. A double for Griffey, taking third in the throw.
Despite what I said, he almost ties the ball game. He lines this hanging curveball off the right field scoreboard. He's about 10 feet from the top. The ball is played by Kelly. He comes up, fires in. Sacks. That's Espinosa fires to the plate. The throw is high. You could see Harold Reynolds touch home plate with his hand. Watch Reynolds touch it with his left hand. Right there, real ugly slide, but he gets away with it. Noakes went up in the air, tried to block him with his left leg, but he went around him.
Well, for the Mariners, it was an ugly bunt and then an ugly slide. But the Mariners have a run, and Island is out of the game.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is brought to you by the Toro Company, maker of Toro Recycler Mowers, by 3M, worldwide sponsor of the 1992 Olympic Games, and by Valvoline. People who know use Valvoline.
There's ball one to Pete O'Brien. Runner at third, Ken Griffey Jr. 2 down, Canteray, the new pitcher, and a foul for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Stump Merrill with the quick hook here. Island was rolling along, and in the inning, he'd given up an infield single to Vizquel, and then the sort of the botched drag bunt by Reynolds that Sachs really should have thrown him out on that one. And now Island is gone as Ken Griffey Jr. hits the line drive off the wall.
There's no doubt that Island was in control, and he could have been out of the inning very easily if Sachs would have fielded Reynolds' ball and threw the first base cleanly. So he's done very well, and you can see he's upset.
There is Espinosa at short, and he throws out O'Brien to end the inning.
That'll make him feel better anyway.
So he's still got the lead. He can still win it. 2-1 Yanks. It's 2-1 at the Kingdome. The Yankees lead the Mariners, and we're back here. I'm John Miller. This is Joe Morgan, in case you couldn't tell us apart. Joe, it looks like we got a good one going here.
Well, Jeff Smullian came by, John, the owner of the Mariners. You asked him about a cleanup hitter. What did he say?
Well, I just asked him. I said, you're going to get Lefebvre a cleanup hitter. And he says, I would sure like to. We're having a hard time scoring, aren't we? He's a good man, Jeff Smullian, I think.
Yeah.
And he's been good for baseball in the Seattle area.
Right. They do a great job here.
Here we go now. Yankees up. Leyritz, the hitter, deep into right center, and extra bases. Leyritz with a stand-up double. His second straight hit. He singled leading off the 5th and scored a run. Doubles leading off here in the 7th, and here comes Lefebvre. Lefebvre starts the inning with his bullpen busy, right-hander. Billy Swift already working out there. Maybe we'll see him here. Swiftly. So Swift is coming in. It's 2-1. Yankees lead the Mariners. We're in the 7th. DeLucia is out of there. First pitch to Espinosa from the reliever. Billy Swift is bunted on the third base side, but foul. So the runner at second base and nobody out. Stump Merrill trying to get that runner over to third to manufacture a run here. Except the man at the plate is his hottest hitter right now. Alvaro Espinosa has doubled and scored, and he has also singled to set up a run. He is 2 for 2, and he's hitting .344 right now. Both bullpens are busy. We're starting into the late innings now. This is the 7th. Yanks 2, Mariners 1. This time he knocks the bunt down and gets the runner over. And That was a nice thought there by Espinosa, bunting it instead of on the third base side. He's got the pitcher Swift coming off the mound to cover up that third base line. Cost him up a little bit.
It's a good idea by Stump Merrill to make sure he gets this insurance run. And you mentioned he bunts it back to the mound. Even the pitcher was breaking toward third, which is the area that he's supposed to cover. Bunts it the other way. And he's retired. But he gets the job done.
Sort of an abstract expressionist replay there. I got the meaning of it. There's a foul off to the right by Roberto Kelly. And now Swift throws a pretty good sinker ball. Like to get a ground ball here or a strikeout.
Well, he made a mistake on the first pitch. He got the pitch up. Kelly fouled it off. And that's a pitch that you will normally hit in the air if you get the ball above the waist.
Kelly has struck out. He's had an infield single, and he has walked. Runner at third. Big run, regardless of the side of the fence you're sitting on here. A big one for the Mariners to prevent. Big one for the Yankees to get. Last night, the Yankees couldn't get runs in this kind of a spot, and they lost 3-2. Billy Swift, one of 15 children out of the University of Maine. Played for John Winkin up there. Great college baseball coach. There's a foul off the fists, and it is 1-2. Swift, member of the 1984 U.S. Olympic baseball team. And he has learned his trade in the big leagues with the expansion Mariners. He's taken a lot of lumps over the years, but he's evolved these last 2 years into a very fine relief pitcher. Spent time on the disabled list, so he's not pitched much this year so far. Runner at third, 1 out. 2-2 the count.
You come up with an expansion team. If you survive, if it doesn't kill you, it makes you that much stronger as you mature as a major league player. Coming up with an expansion team has killed off a lot of good players.
Yeah, a lot of them fallen along the way.
But if you can maintain and stay for a while, it'll make you stronger.
Check swing by Kelly. The ball in the dirt, and it's a full count. 3-2. Sachs is on deck. Dave Valley smothering that one. Swift pulled his right calf muscle back on April 11th and missed 15 days. Really left the Mariners short-handed in their bullpen with Schooler, their closer, still on the disabled list. He struck him out. Big out there.
Kelly knows in the back of his mind that Swift may throw him a slider. And knowing that or looking for it, he chases it. This is a slider down out of the strike zone, and he swings at it. This pitch is not even close, as you can see. It's not, but he chased it because he felt like Swift might throw him a slider. So in the back of his mind, I think he was looking for one. And when you look for a breaking ball, you chase it if it goes out of the strike zone.
Now the infield can drop back to normal depth with 2 down. Sachs the hitter. Spine. Sachs has singled. He's hit a sacrifice fly, driving in the first Yankee run. And he has grounded into a double play. That was with the bases loaded in the 5th, the chance the Yankees had there to break the game open.
Well, I won't say he grounded into a double play. He lined into a double play, a one-hopper. He actually hit the ball pretty well, just right at the infield.
And he chases a bad one there. Strike 2. All right, he clobbered the ball, but it ended up being a double play. Strikes to Sachs.
That's the one poor thing about baseball. You can't direct the ball when you hit it. You can hit it hard, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get a base hit.
This is Bradley, the catcher turned third baseman. Made it look easy. The Yankees failed to get that run home. Still 2-1. Mariners coming up.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers. With that clean, crisp, cold taste, nothing beats a Bud. By Red Devil Oil Enamel. Harder than ordinary paints, its finish lasts and lasts. Red Devil Oil Enamel for the finish of a lifetime. And by Peerless, the best made, best back do-it-yourself faucets in America. That's Peerless.
Before the inning even starts, we've got some movement here. Tracy Jones coming up as a pinch hitter for Alvin Davis. And how often have you seen that if you're a Mariner fan? Not too often.
Yeah, but Stump Merrill's going to counter by bringing in the right-hander to pitch.
And that's his ace right-hander, Steve Farr. Now, the only left-handed bat on the Mariner bench is Ken Griffey Sr. Should Lefevre want to counter that counter, and he's going to do it.
He's coming out.
So, we haven't even had a pitch in this inning. What an inning already. Catteray went out and warmed up. Jones went up to pinch hit for Davis. Stump Merrill removed Catteray for Farr, and then they remove Jones for that man, Ken Griffey Sr. 2-1. The Yanks here. Let's check in now with Chris Berman.
All right, John, thank you. All the moves going on at the Kingdom. Check out some moves by Eric Davis. Top of the 7th. Yes, he makes the catch against Gilkey of the Cards. Then bottom of the 8th, boom! He launches the 2-run shot off Lee Smith. 4-run 8th for the Reds. And they win over St. Louis 4-2. Eric the Red, the star. Welcome back, E.D. Let's go back to Seattle.
All right, there is Greg Catteray. He faced actually just one hitter, and he got him out, Pete O'Brien. And now he gets the rest of the night off as Steve Farr comes on. And Joe Farr ostensibly was the Yankees closer, and yet here he is on in the 7th inning. And there is some confusion among some of these Yankee pitchers right now just as to what their roles are. Farr the other day in Oakland was brought in to pitch the 7th and 8th innings with his team way behind, and he was none too pleased by it because I thought I was the closer. Yeah. Nobody told me otherwise. He has the only save that the Yankees staff has. They haven't had many opportunities.
In my opinion, only good team can define roles for pitchers. If you're a good team, you can define the role of Dennis Eckersley and say he's your closer and use him as such. If you're not a good team, then I don't think anyone earns a role. They have to do the job that is called on at that particular time. You have to use all your horses.
Here is Ken Griffey now. The elder. Ken Griffey's old man. Sure, he was telling me about his days in Cincinnati with the Big Red Machine, with you, Johnny Bench, Tony Perez, and his son, and Pete Rose Jr. and the other kids playing ball right there in the clubhouse. So they used to terrorize you with batting practice in there. You had to head into your locker for cover when those guys. They were hitting hard balls.
And they were hitting line drives. In fact, Sparky banned kids from the clubhouse because they almost hit me in the head one day.
One strike to, I'm laughing at this, but years later, I can laugh now.
I reminded Junior about it, and he thought it was funny, and he remembered it.
Even then, he was hitting line drives. Ball and a strike to Griffey. Up the middle, base hit into center field. So the Griffey family, full frontal assault against the Yankees. Junior drove in the run back in the 6th with a clutch 2-out double. And now Senior gets the clutch pinch hit here to try and further fuel the comeback. And Buhner is coming up.
Right fielder, Jay Buhner.
Buhner also helped facilitate the comeback with his great throw on the ball hit by Moss back in the 6th inning. Here's Buhner. Now he's trying to do it with the bat. And he's got enormous power. Strike on the inside.
That was Griffey Sr.'s 3rd pinch hit of the season in 4 attempts. So he knows how to do the job coming off the bench.
2-1 Yankees, last of the 7th. Steve Farr, the 3rd Yankee pitcher. Off the fists and out of play. I mentioned that throw by Buhner. The ball hit by Moss off the wall back in the 6th.
And Buhner throws it all the way on a line right to shortstop Vizquel, and he tags out the belly flopping Kevin Moss. No chance for him to get in there.
Look, he got a mouthful of dirt on that slide. 1-2 to Buhner.
Watching Ken Griffey Sr. come up and hit reminds me of something they told me about Smokey Burgess once. They said Smokey Burgess could get up in the middle of the winter and hit line drives. I think Ken Griffey Sr. is the same way. he will always be able to hit.
Griffey back to the bag. His back has been hurting him. He was involved in an automobile accident during the spring, which hurt his lower back. He's been having to take treatments every single day ever since. Took some traction yesterday. Falls in the dirt. Noakes knocks it down, and Griffey will hang on at first base. And was in the early lineup for this game tonight, but Lefebvre decided to give him an extra night off.
Nice play by Matt Noakes. Keep the ball in front of him. Griffey actually hurt his back the other day, John. He got a base hit, and he was starting back to first base. He didn't realize they were making a play on him. The throw surprised him, and he made a quick movement back. He was tagged out, but he re-injured his back a little bit with that quick move. So that's why he set out last night's game and tonight's ball game.
2-2 the count to Buhner. Nobody out. Last of the 7th. Scott Bradley on deck. Right down the third baseline. It's a fair ball and heading for the corner. Griffey around second. It's down into the bullpen area. Griffey being waved home. Here comes the relay from Espinosa. He's in there. And down to third base goes Buhner. It's all tied up.
The Yankees have not been able to put the Mariners away tonight. They've had a lot of opportunities, and they didn't do that. When you do not put a team away, you give them a break to come back. This ball is not hit sharply, but it's inside the bag at third. Goes down the line. Now, here's where the mistake is made. When Mullins comes up with it, he fires to the shortstop, Espinosa. Now, he throws all the way home without looking. No chance to get Griffey, but what he does is allows Buhner to go over to third with less than 2 outs.
Now here's Bradley to try and bring him in. In fact, nobody out at this point, and a foul ball by Bradley. He is grounded out and walked. So Farr comes into the game, and Griffey Sr. greets him with a single, and then Jay Buhner, even though he was down on the count at one point, 0-2, hits the double, taking third on the throw. It's 2-2. Nobody out. The infield in halfway. And Buhner will hold at third as Espinosa throws out Bradley. And again, lacking the hit with a man in scoring position.
Well, it's more a lack of execution than really just not hitting well with men in scoring position. You have to get a pitch that you can drive someplace to get the ball to the outfield. If you swing it a slider low, below the knees, or a ground ball below the knees, you're going to hit a ground ball. So you have to take a pitch or take a strike in order to get the pitch you want to handle.
Now here's the same situation for Valley, which presented itself for Bradley.
Right.
Runner at third, less than 2 outs. Fly ball gets you a run. Now he's got to get him home.
But he swings at a pitch that even if he hits it, he's going to hit it on the ground. That pitch is below the knees. What you have to do is zone in. You say, if the pitch doesn't start above my belt until I get a strike, I'm not going to swing at it. Now with a strike, he has to go after the pitcher's pitch. But if you take a pitch until you get your pitch, until you get one strike on you, you're in control.
Buhner at third. It's a 2-2 tie, 7th inning. Farr delivers. Well,
that would have been a better pitch to swing at than the first pitch, even though it was a ball, but it was up. So if he does hit it, chances are you're going to hit it in the air.
1-1 to Valley. He's got power. He hit 2 home runs earlier this week. One Monday and one Tuesday in Baltimore. Ball and a strike. He swings with that breaking ball. He was up.
Yeah, that one was, he was fooled completely by the pitch. Not a lot he could do there. I'm not advocating take 2 strikes. You take the first pitch until, you know, if the first pitch is a strike and it's knee high, take the pitch. But after you get 1 strike, then you have to go to hacking, as they say. But first of all, try to get a pitch that you can drive out to the outfield until you get a strike on you. And they have not been able to do that tonight. They have been too aggressive, I think, in certain situations.
And not last night, and not Friday, and
right.
not last Wednesday either.
Yeah. Too anxious.
Fastball missing. 2-2. The Mariners have 1 hit in the last 24 at-bats now with a man in scoring position, dating back to last Wednesday in Baltimore when they went 0 for 12 as a team. 2-2. There's Buhner, the man they're trying to bring home. He struck him out with a fastball.
He was trying to throw the fastball up for strike 3. Gets it in the middle of the plate about belt high, but because of the velocity, 91 miles an hour, he got it past him. I think he had Valley looking for a breaking ball a little bit as well. He pitched him in a pattern that told him he was going to get him out with a breaking ball, and he did not.
Here is Omar Vizquel now. That's the first time a Mariner hitter has struck out in this game, and it certainly came at a good time for the Yankees. Vizquel bluffing bunt there. Had to be a great bunt in this spot with 2 down. He'd have to beat it out to get the run home.
Mattingly and Sachs were both back on the right side, so it really was a good play there by Vizquel.
And he takes a strike. No indication of a bunt there. 1 ball, 1 strike.
But no matter what, he also accomplishes something by bluffing the bunt because it brought Sachs and Mattingly in on the right. If he hits the ball sharply, he can get it through the hole.
2-2. Runner at third. Last of the 7th. Here's the fly ball. Vizquel gets it, but
2 outs too late.
he's one of those guys, they don't want him hitting fly balls. Not this spot. So the Mariners get the 1, but that's all. It's tied up. Pole sitter Ernie Irvan tries to duplicate his Daytona 500 triumph. Don't forget again, it is tomorrow at noon live on ESPN. Here is Mattingly live. You're looking live at the Kingdome. Here's the pitch from Bill Swift, and it misses for a ball. 1-1. Mattingly, Moss, and Barfield. The power is up for the Yankees in the 8th. Mattingly with just the 1 home run this year. Sprays it to the left side and through for a base hit. Most of his hits have been more or less like that. He's not turning the ball and hitting it with power right now.
Well, Bill Swift threw him a sinker away, and he just reaches out, uses the AstroTurf, and grounds it into left field. Not a pitcher swing, not a good swing, really. It's just putting the ball in play. See him roll his top hand over, and he just hits a ground ball through the left side.
And there's Jim Lefevre with Dave Valley going to the mound. They've got the left-handed power hitter, Kevin Moss, who homered last night, coming up, and there is Rob Murphy, a left-handed reliever, formerly of the Red Sox, and he'll come on to face him in the 8th. 2-2. 2-2 in the top of the 8th. Runner at first, and Rob Murphy on, and it wasn't so many years ago that a guy like this would have come into a game like this and faced, instead of Kevin Moss, pretty tough left-handed hitter the Yankees had for many years by the name of Greg Nettles, whose name and presence certainly harkens back to some great days in Yankee history. And there he is. He's not going to hit in this spot, but Nettles back with the Yankees as the first base coach. He played, Joe, for a couple of years in the ill-fated senior league down in Florida. I think he managed one of those teams for a while down there. Kevin Moss is coming up now. Nettles was a guy who had that Yankee Stadium stroke, never hit well for an average, but hit a lot of home runs and got a lot of big home runs and RBIs. Pretty good glove at third base, too.
Very good glove.
Here's Moss, 1 for 3. Nice bunt. And he beats it out. Well, I'm glad I said nice bunt. I mean, that was a terrible bunt, and he beats it out for a hit.
Well, one thing they don't do in the box scores is draw pitchers. And that was a ugly bunt, but it got the job done. He squares around. Watch, he'll drop the barrel of the bat below the ball, which pops it up. No one can get there. And by the time the throw gets to first base by Bradley, not in time.
You can't bunt on that, Greg.
So Kevin Moss looking at Greg Nettles said, "You ever bunt like that, Greg?" I don't think Nettles had to bunt too often in his career. Mattingly at first base on that play, when the ball was popped in the air, he had to stay close.
Right.
And I wonder if Scott Bradley had gotten a little better info, he might have been able to force Mattingly at second with the throw there. Here is Barfield. Moss got to first base before Mattingly got to second. There's Barfield taking ball 1. Barfield is struck out, fouled to first, and singled. See the Yankees in this game, 11 hits, but just 2 runs.
Because Because Mac Noakes is up next, a left-handed hitter, Stump Merrill will probably not bunt Barfield.
It's off the outside, and it is now 2-0 to Jesse Barfield. Both bullpens are quiet. Stump Merrill's stomach perhaps not so quiet right now. He's worried.
I think Stump Merrill has done everything properly tonight. By that I mean offensively, bunting guys over, moving them along. The team has just not responded, so the moves you make do not look good if they don't get the job done.
And there's a strike to Barfield, 2-1. Not too many clutch hits on either side in this ball game.
But that's the reason that you do the things that he has done. Bunt people along, try to get them over where you do not have to get a base hit to score a run, where if you can get a fly ball or a ground out, you can drive the run in.
The Yankees have put 12 men on base in this game, and just 2 of them have been gotten in. 2-2 the score.
They left a lot last night as well.
Left 13 men on last night. Now Barfield is bunting up the first base line, but foul. 2-2 the count.
Now, I may not agree. If you're going to bunt with no strikes. Now there's 2 strikes on your hitter. And a guy like Barfield, who strikes out a lot, is basically in the hole. And 2-1 is a hitter's pitch. You're going to get a fastball. Barfield, being a good fastball hitter, especially from left-handed pitchers, was probably a good situation for him to swing the bat.
Murphy, late of the Boston Red Sox, and coming off just a nightmarish year with Boston last year. His earned run average ended up over 6. He had a string of excellent years in the bullpen, both for the Reds and the Red Sox before that. Murphy trying to start anew here in Seattle. For the Yankees, Mattingly at second, Moss at first, nobody out. And he does indeed strike out.
Yeah. A guy that strikes out a lot, you can't get to 2 strikes if you can help it. You have to make something happen before 2 strikes. The slider breaks down and in out of the strike zone. But one of the reasons that Barfield strikes out a lot is because he does not have the patience to take a lot of 2-strike pitches. He will chase pitches, especially the breaking ball. And when you get 2 strikes and he throws the breaking ball, you're going to be in a hole.
Now Matt Noakes, and it's a left-hander versus a left-hander here. Noakes, despite that, 3 for 6 in the past against Murphy. There's a high fly ball to straightaway right. Buhner waiting, Mattingly tagging. Mattingly bluffs, and Buhner will let loose in the throw. Vizquel cuts it off. 2 men gone for the Yankees. It could have been a run had they gotten Mattingly to third.
But the way the game is going, if he would have gotten to third, he'd hit a ground ball.
Well, that's true. That, I mean, when I say,
yeah,
had they gotten to third, that would have gotten him. That's the fallacy of the predestined play. We don't know that what did happen there would have happened in the different situation.
Correct.
Different pitches, different imperatives. Here is Hensley Mullins. The imperative for him now is to drive in a run. He had 8 men left stranded last night. Strike 1. He's bounced one in front of the plate, thrown out by the catcher. He's been called out on strikes, and he has hit into a force play. For 3. 2 on, 2 out in the 8th inning. So the ball game is turning into the avenue of broken dreams right now. I mean, this could be a 5-5 game, or I'm sure in each dugout they say, hey, we should be ahead 5-2 right now.
They've both had opportunities, and the Yankees even more so, and they have not been able to cash in.
Yeah, the Mariners, you see there, 19 left on, and it could be 21 here in another few moments. Strike 2 to Mullins. 1-2.
Very good fastball there from Rob Murphy, right on the outside corner.
Leyritz, a right-handed hitter, would be next. Mattingly at second, Moss at first, both ready to go in anything. The dirt, and the Valley keeps it in front of him. 2-2 the count. Bullpen activity for the Yankees now.
It's breaking ball in the dirt. And Valley gets his entire body in front of it, which is the way to get the job done. It's one of those 60-foot curve balls. Bounces right at the front of the plate.
Dave Valley giving Murphy the target. Here it comes. Well, Newlands laid off that one this time. 3-2.
He's had more patience.
Mattingly at second. And Moss at first. And they'll be off and running with this pitch. Pitch to Newlands. He struck him out. Mariners at the top of the order coming up. It's 2-2. It's 2-2. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan. Last of the 8th. Sunday Night Baseball from Seattle.
Rob Murphy strikes out Newlands. He throws a fastball right by him. And Newlands has no chance. He's really struggled here in the last couple of days. He hit a home run Friday night to right center field. Since I've watched him hit everything, he's been trying to pull everything.
Greg Briley, the leadoff man for the Mariners, with strike 1 from Steve Farr. Fouls that one into the crowd, and it's strike 2. Pretty good crowd on a Sunday night in Seattle. 24,391. Well, when you see a guy like a young guy like Newlands, and he was doing it last night,
right?
Is that sign a sign that he's pressing up there? Riley with a bloop. Kelly lost his cap but caught the ball. Out number 1. Let's go to Chris Berman.
All right, John, thank you. In Cleveland, they love the governor, as in Governor Jerry Brown. 4 RBIs today for the governor. Again, an onslaught of the Indians against the A's. They win 15-6 today. 11 runs against Bob Welch. 35 runs in 2 games in Oakland for the Tribe. Back to John and Joe.
And how do you figure it is? Here we are 2-2 in the last of the 8th inning. 1 out. Reynolds coming up. Reynolds is 3 for 3 tonight, including a bunt single. And he will take, but on which he's not too proud, back in the 6th, and that eventually turned into the Mariners' first run. He takes strike 1 from Farr. 1 out. Last of the 8th. 2-2 tie. Curveball misses. That Cleveland ball club, Joe, had been averaging less than 3 runs a game against all comers, and then they scored 35 in 2 days against Oakland.
That's why baseball is such an interesting game. The A's have one of the best earned run averages in the league each year, and a lot of their guys are hurting in the bullpen, but 35 runs in 2 days, you'd never think that would happen to the Oakland A's.
Ball 3. Now Ken Griffey Jr. is on deck. Well, especially Bob Welch. 11 runs allowed today. Did not survive the 5th inning. Oh, I've never seen that happen to him. 3-1 pitch. Out of play into the upper deck with a foul ball. 3-2. And of course, why would they leave him in there? Yesterday and the night before they had an extra inning game. That bullpen's all chewed up right now. They needed some innings from Welch, so he was the sacrificial lamb today. 3-2 pitch. Right back to Farr. Quick reactions, and he throws out Reynolds. First time they retired, Harold.
You really have to have quick reactions on AstroTurf because the ball comes back at you so quickly. Farr's in good fielding position. Comes right back at him. Makes the catch.
That was right back at him.
Yeah. Again, these guys who do not throw real hard do not fall off to one side or the other.
Now Ken Griffey Jr. We get the big clutch 2-out hit in the 6th to deliver the Mariners' first run to really start the comeback. Takes a strike. He is 1 for 2 with a walk. Now in a spot like this, it's the 8th inning. If you're Stump Merrill, you got to tell your man, hey, this guy does not beat us.
Right. Exactly.
1-1 the count. I know Sparky Anderson's very big on that. He has a guy on almost every team. He says, that man doesn't beat us. A spot like this, Sparky might not even fool with it.
When you go through a team batting order with your scouting report, you decide who who you're going to pitch to in clutch situations, who you're going to make beat you, etc. And if you're going through the scouting report for the Seattle Mariners, of course, Ken Griffey Jr.'s name would come up first.
2-1 the count. And the curveball is in there. 2-2. On deck, Pete O'Brien. And after O'Brien, it's Ken Griffey Sr. And he's back at the bat rack right now. 2-2 the count. Strike 3 called, a fastball on the outside corner. Junior wasn't so sure. 3 up and 3 down for the Mariners. We're heading to the 9th inning. Still tied up here. Might have been a little bit off, but it was close with 2 strikes. We're heading to the 9th. Still tied. Tuesday Night Baseball, and we got a good one for you this Tuesday at 7:30. Darryl Strawberry returns to New York with the Dodgers to face the Mets. The Mets will be ready for him, though. They get Frankie Viola off to an excellent start. The Mets and the Dodgers Tuesday at 7:30, the first of a big night of baseball doubleheader. Tuesday Night Baseball. Don't miss that one. Here we go to the 9th inning. The New York Yankees and Seattle Mariners in a 2-2 tie. Jeff Schaefer, a defensive replacement over at third base for Scott Bradley. Bradley did pretty well at third base. The catcher turned third baseman tonight with the injury to Edgar Martinez. Here is Jim Leyritz. Takes a ball from Rob Murphy. Leyritz is 2 for 3 in this game. A single and a double. He's been complaining that he hasn't gotten enough playing time. Takes the ball inside. Leyritz earlier this week saying, hey, if they're not going to play me, then I want to be traded. He's a guy who can play all over the place. Catch, third base, outfield. There's a called strike, 2-1. But he'd only had 18 at-bats before tonight and only 1 hit.
Yeah, he was hitting 196. Can't really yell about too much. 056, I'm sorry.
Oh, 056, he's sorry.
Yeah.
Right to Vizquel. And Leyritz is out. Right after the ball game, stay tuned. Sports Center will be coming your way right here on ESPN with all of the day's highlights. A lot of NBA action to tell you about. NHL playoffs and a full day of Major League Baseball. Wild day in baseball today. Rob Deere. What a start he's had with the Tigers. He's hitting about 200, but he's got 8 homers and he leads the league in RBIs now. 2 homers today and 4 RBIs for Detroit. Here's Alvaro Espinosa, double and a single and a sacrifice. 2 for 2, and he fouls one out of play. 0-1. Saw the other day where a pitcher described facing the Detroit Tigers with all those big sluggers. Said it's like facing 45 cleanup hitters if you go 9 innings. There's a ball, 1 ball. I mean, what is it? Fielder and Deere and Tettleton. Incaviglia is over there. Yeah. Of course, the old standbys, Trammell and Whitaker. They're setting the table for those guys along with Tony Phillips.
I think Phillips is the only table setter. Whitaker still hits the ball out of the ballpark, and Trammell hits it everywhere, triples, doubles, everything. So the only true table setter is Phillips.
Phillips had 3 hits today. Trammell hitting right behind him had 2 hits. Whitaker had 1. Espinosa with a high foul down the right field line. It avoids one of the speakers and lands in amongst the spectators. It is 2-2. Kind of a fun team, though, the Tigers, and it's certainly the right ballpark to put all those big sluggers in there.
Definitely a hitter's paradise, home run hitter's ballpark.
We're in the top of the 9th. Yankees batting, 1 out, nobody on. Roberto Kelly is on deck. Mariners protecting the foul lines now in the infield, by the way. In the center, Griffey will have no trouble with this one. And Espinosa is out number 2. Yankee bullpen is busy. There's the tall left-hander, Lee Guterman. Guterman, 6 feet 8 inches tall, used to be the tallest in the league until the Mariners' Randy Johnson came on the scene. 6'10" he is.
2 power forwards, huh?
Yeah. And they certainly go about their business differently. Johnson throws at 95, 96. He's a curveball, off-speed type pitcher.
Maybe Guterman would be a small forward.
Johnson is the power
He's
forward.
the power forward.
Yeah. Randy Johnson. He's a guy who's still coming on, too. He's still learning. There he is in the corner of the dugout. He had no hit stuff the other night in his last start. And the Mariners, again, were stranding runners all over the place. And then in one inning, he got wild. He walked 4 hitters in the same inning. Kind of reminds you of a young Nolan Ryan in that way. And he lost the game 2-1. 4 walks and then an 85-foot single, and that beat him. Kelly takes ball 3-0. Sacks on deck. That's the Mariner ball club. We're talking about Randy Johnson. You see him in the background there with his legs crossed. Eric Hansen, Brian Holman. They've got some fine young starters. And there's a strike, 3-1. If they could just somehow bring in a legitimate cleanup hitter and not give away their future or give away some of that pitching talent. And that's easier said. It's easy for us to say.
Right.
Drifting back into right field is Buhner to retire Kelly. Rob Murphy doing a very fine job here. O'Brien, Griffey, and Buhner. Here's the storyline now in this ball game. It's 2-2 going to the last half of the 9th inning. Mullins, his last 2 nights, he's left a lot of people on. Buhner with an RBI double, and then later he threw out a man on the bases. Espinosa's had a pretty good night with the bat. The Mariners, since last Wednesday, 1 for 25 as a team when they've had men in scoring position. Good crowd, nearly 25,000 at the Kingdome tonight. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan, and the Mariners are coming to bat in the last of the 9th inning, and they'll have to face a one-time Mariner, a tall left-hander Lee Guterman.
Yeah, he's the small forward in this lineup if he was with the Mariners. There's his numbers for the year. He's actually pitched pretty well. 3 strikeouts to 1 base on balls. John, I think a lot of people miss things when you can't go out to the ballpark. It's great to watch on television, but they missed the Newt Rockney speech they play here with Pat O'Brien, the actor, trying to fire up the Seattle Mariners here in the 9th inning. It was great. I got fired up.
It was the locker room scene.
Yeah, from Newt Rockney.
And he was giving them they gotta fight. They gotta go. Here's a pitch up and in for ball 1 to Pete O'Brien. And Jim Lefebvre. His cleanup hitter tonight is O'Brien. Not the guy he wants in there hitting cleanup. He's been batting Edgar Martinez cleanup. He's not a home run hitter, but Martinez has been hitting around 400. And they'd like to get Alvin Davis back to form, hitting around 300 again. He's been under 200. One of his worst slumps ever, especially the start of a year. Mariner bullpen is busy as Guterman goes to work against O'Brien. Right to the second baseman sacks. O'Brien is 0 for 4 tonight and has not gotten the ball out of the infield. 1 away. Don't forget now, tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern time, the Winston 500. And it was rained out earlier today, so you'll be able to see it live from Talladega Super Speedway tomorrow on ESPN, noon Eastern, 9 Pacific. Ernie Irvin, the pole sitter, will try and duplicate his Daytona 500 triumph. The Winston 500 from the Talladega Super Speedway. Well, Lefebvre's going to go to his bench again. Ken Griffey Sr. He got the big pinch hit in the 7th and eventually scored the tying run of the game. Now he will be lifted in favor of Henry Cotto. Here's Griff. A job well done at age 41. Now Cotto, a former Yankee. And he's been a very fine role player for the Seattle Ball Club. Plays an excellent outfield. He can steal a base. He can hit a little bit. Low. Lee Guterman last year, you were mentioning his fine numbers for this year. Last year he went 11-7 out of the bullpen and is the first relief pitcher, or was, in Yankee history to lead the team in victories in a season. Which while it was very nice for him, it didn't say much for the rest of the pitching staff last year. In each of the last 7 years, a different Yankee pitcher has led the team in wins. I mean, there's been no dominant pitcher for a long time. Niekro one year, Phil Niekro, then Guidry, Rasmussen, Rick Rhoden, John Candelaria, Andy Hawkins, and last year Guterman. Off Leyritz and into left field. That one was really smoked by Cotto. It ate him up.
That had a lot of topspin on it. Hit the AstroTurf and jumped at Leyritz, and there wasn't much you could do with it. They're calling it an error, but it was a bullet. Curveball. Cotto gets on top of it. It's on him very quickly. Leyritz tries to get in front of it, but Wright actually went through his leg.
Now here is Jay Buhner. He doubled home Griffey back in the 7th. That's what tied the game. He's also lined out to left center and fouled out to the catcher. Now Cotto is a guy who can steal a base, and he has stolen 6 in 7 tries this year. See if he's able to get any kind of a jump against the left-hander Guterman here.
Guterman, with being as tall as he is, he will have difficulty holding him on and getting the throw to first base very quickly. He has a pretty slow delivery to the plate.
Ball 1 to Buhner.
It's a big high leg kick. Cotto, if he can read him, he should be able to get a good jump simply because it takes him so long to deliver the ball to the plate.
Here's Cotto lengthening his lead at first. Mattingly on the back with him. 1 out. And Guterman sends one over there. Henry Cotto. Buhner's a guy who could hit the ball out of the park or hit one off the wall. But it seems like Cotto's got to try and get himself in a scoring position here. And back he goes again.
He looked like he was leaning towards second on that play. Last year, the opponent stole 8 out of 10 off of Guterman when he was on the mound. So you can get a good jump if you can read him. A lot of guys have trouble reading left-handed pitchers.
Leyritz over near the foul line at third base. Mattingly on the bag at first. The outfield is very deep.
Cotto's getting a big lead at first. He's getting 1 foot out on the AstroTurf.
So does that tell you he's having no trouble reading Guterman at all here?
Well, it tells me that he's getting 1 foot on the AstroTurf. Because we have to wait and see, because he was breaking a little bit on the pitch before. It tells you that Guterman really has a slow delivery to first base. That was a slide step. Yeah, that was a tricky one there.
2-0 though.
But it was a ball. Right. A slide step can keep a runner from stealing, but it takes away from your effectiveness as a pitcher.
Well, they've been working on that with Guterman, and I guess the fact that they stole 8 of 10 against him last year was one of the reasons. It shouldn't happen against a left-hander. And he comes in late in games. Those stolen bases against him usually are big ones.
When you're, over 6'5", I mean, you just have to, your delivery, your mechanics are slower than a smaller guy. So, I mean, it's just natural that his delivery to the plate would be slower.
2-2, last of the 9th. 2-0 the count. Cotto jumps back to the bag.
Now I'll answer your question. It does look like he's reading him pretty well.
Jim Lefevre. Could that have been a sign, or was it just an itch? Cotto with that big lead again. He's not going. Ball 3 to Buhner. Schaefer is on deck. Now they do have Edgar Martinez on the bench. I'm getting ahead of the game here, but he is available to pinch hit in the right spot. 3-0 to Buhner. Short arm throw, and he almost got him.
That would be the most effective way for for Guterman to counteract a guy that gets a big lead. To step off and throw. To Step off and throw. That's a good play. If you have a real big lead, that's very effective.
Awfully close over there.
It's the first time he showed that move to Cotto, so I'm sure Cotto was not looking for it.
Well, Cotto's got to be a little more careful now.
He is shortening his lead, but I'm sure he's not going 3-0.
Ball 4, and you see the frustration of Guterman there. He thought he had a strike. Well, he didn't allow Cotto to steal, but it's even worse now.
Guterman throws 3-0. He thinks the pitch is a strike, but it's up in the strike zone. At least Rich Garcia says so. I don't think you should do that, Lee. Because that is showing up the umpire. And you see Rich Garcia took his mask off and told Noakes to tell him, hey, cool it. And that's cool. You see him making the same gesture. But Garcia is such a good umpire that he's not going to let that affect him. And I pat him on the back for that. He made a joke out of it.
Now here is Jeff Schaefer. Came out as a defensive replacement for Scott Bradley in the first half of this inning. 2 men on, 1 out. Schaefer, a utility player. He's hitting .212 for the year. No RBIs. Ball 1. Now this is the spot where the Mariners have not hit in quite a few days. That man, Henry Cotto, is in scoring position. And here in Seattle, I think they're starting to say that in hushed tones, like they whispered, we have a man in scoring position.
Yeah, tell him to go up and hit like there's no one on base.
Yeah, just don't tell Schaefer. Cotto, plenty of speed, base it to the outfield, and he's probably going to score. The outfield pinching towards center field, both Mullins in left and Barfield in right, playing way off the foul line. And don't forget, Barfield in right, ball hit to him. He's got the great arm.
But Cotto is getting an excellent jump from second base, which is what you have to do.
Guterman bluffs back there. Sachs came in belatedly.
When you're a base runner on an AstroTurf field, you have to steal another step or so because the ball gets to the outfielder at least a step quicker. So you have to steal a step in your lead by getting a bigger jump off the bag once he releases the ball toward the plate. And Cotto was doing an excellent job on that on the first pitch.
Jeff Schaefer still without an RBI this year, and he's had 33 at-bats. That's foul. He took a shot at right field and fouled it. Back into the spectators, and the count is 1-1. Schaefer, one of those guys, well-traveled through the minor leagues. He persevered out of the University of Maryland. There's Lefevre chomping away on something.
These scoreless innings.
When will we get a clutch hit again? Into the hole, and a great stop by Espinosa for the force out at second against Buhner. He saved the game, perhaps, on that one with the speedy Cotto.
No doubt about it.
Ready to head for home, yeah.
He almost was out of position because he was chasing Henry Cotto back. I was just about to mention they're doing a good job of holding him close. And Espinosa comes diving into the hole. That's not an easy play. If it was on the ground, you can gauge it and make a good play. But that ball was hopping, and he still comes up with it, makes a perfect throw to Steve Sachs.
You mean if the ball was rolling?
Right, ball was rolling. Yeah, it's easier.
Well, now the roar of the crowd is for Edgar Martinez.
Yeah, but you don't pitch to Martinez in this situation. You have the winning runs at third. So there's not a real good reason to pitch to the second leading hitter in the league with the running run at third base when you're better off walking him and make a force out at all the bases. So they could walk Martinez, and then the man on deck is Omar Vizquel, a switch hitter. There's Edgar. But we're afraid we won't get to see him swing right here, hitting .373 and a .510 on-base average. Now, Stump Merrill is going to come out of the dugout. He's got the right-hander, Monteleone, warming up in his bullpen.
2-2, last of the ninth. 2 down, runners at first and third. There is Monteleone in the bullpen, the right-hander. Now, Stump went out there and talked to Rich Garcia, the plate umpire, and then went to the mound.
I'm not so sure for what reason other than to make sure that he was not, this wasn't his second trip. I mean, he could have been thinking that maybe he had been out there once already this inning.
So now here comes Edgar Martinez. He is batting for the catcher, Dave Valley. In the 10th inning, if we go to the 10th, Matt Sinatro is the catcher on the bench who would have to go in. He has just come in from the bullpen. So Vizquel due up next. And they're already signaling for 4 wide ones.
Well, it doesn't make any sense. As I mentioned, we pitched to the second leading hitter in the league with the winning run at third. When you have a base open, it's not first base, but second base is open. So you have a spot to put him.
There's Vizquel. The switch hitter on deck. Here comes ball 2 to Edgar. And the only man left on the Mariners bench now is the catcher, Sinatro. And he is a right-handed hitter all the way. Everybody else now has been used. This means, too, I would guess that Edgar's going to have to stay in the game if we go to the 10th.
A little surprising to me that Lefebvre would actually send him up in this situation, because it does force him to have to play defense if they do not score a run here.
Now Sinatro will go over to first base and run for Martinez.
So maybe, I don't know who will play third. That's Jim Lefebvre.
Well, Schaefer will just stay there.
Yeah, that would be Jim Lefebvre's situation here.
I was guessing maybe Sinatro might hit for Vizquel.
Right, but Sinatro will catch.
Now Vizquel came into the game hitting 190. And he's not kept around for his bat. He's in this club to catch ground balls and make the plays at short. His lifetime average, 231. He's only faced Guterman 1 time in his career, and he got a base hit against him. Bases loaded, 2 down, last of the ninth. It's a tie game. Right to the shortstop, Espinosa. The sacks for the force against Sinatro. And it all looks so simple on just that one pitch. 3 men left. Mariners have not had a clutch hit since last Tuesday. Extra innings coming up.
I'm Bob Lee, the 60-Minute Sports Center after the game with the high drama of Larry Bird. He's also our Sunday evening conversation. Magic and the Lakers begin the second round, and a home run you may not believe today in Pittsburgh. Bill Patrick and I will see you after the game.
It is 2-2, top of the 10th inning, and the Sports Center will be coming up right after the ball game. But right now, this ball game is far from over. We're in the 10th inning. And a new Mariner pitcher, Russ Swan, has come on. He's a fella formerly with the Giants, acquired in a trade last year, and he's done awfully well pitching out of the bullpen for the Mariners early this season.
He's in a situation now with a new catcher. Matt Sinatro is behind the plate. And he'll have to go through the left-handers actually in the Yankee order, starting with Steve Saxon and a couple of left-handed hitters.
Mattingly and Moss will follow Sachs. Now, talking about Lefebvre, and he brought Edgar Martinez in there. Had he left Dave Valley up there with the left-hander in the mound, he might well have prompted Stump Merrill to bring his right-hander into the game, getting Guterman out of there. O'Brien leans in, and he didn't get it. Fan took it away from him.
The umpire's pointing into the stands, meaning the ball was in the stands and not interfered with while it was in play.
The guy must have been a Yankee fan.
O'Brien makes a great effort. He leaps up, tries to get above the hands, but no way. And obviously the ball was in the stands and not on the field.
So Sachs is still alive. Sachs 1 for 3 with a sacrifice fly. Takes the ball outside. 2-1 from Russ Swan. Rich DeLucia, 6 innings, 2 runs, 9 hits. Billy Swift, 1 shutout inning. Rob Murphy, 2 shutout innings. Through the hole, or is it? Into the hole. But a base hit nonetheless. Vizquel got the ball, but had no play in the speedy Sachs. Second hit for Steve. That is the Yankees' 12th hit.
Sachs hit a ball up the middle, which had them shading him up the middle. Now he hits the ball in the hole. No chance for Vizquel to throw him out. Sachs runs very well.
Speaking of which, as Mattingly comes up, is there a stolen base in Steve Sachs's near future? Again, you mentioned it earlier with Mattingly up there. That keeps that hole open on the right side. But Mattingly is not pulling the ball right now.
Not as much as he has in the past.
And Sachs is back. But Mattingly faced Swan last night, by the way, here, and hit a double play ball. Moss on deck. The new the third baseman, Schaefer, playing shallow. And even Mattingly now up there to bunt. Bunts it foul.
Tells you how important this run is in this ball game is to Stump Merrill and the Yankees.
He said each one of his numbers 3, 4, and 5 hitters now try and lay down a bunt.
Right. Cheering them on.
Moss actually beat out his bunt, although he hit a pop-up with it. And then Barfield bunted at one pitch and fouled it off and eventually struck out.
A lot of people may disagree with him bunting in that situation, but he's trying to win a ball game.
And bunting in that situation with a left-handed hitter coming up.
Right. We've said over the course of the year that your 3, 4, 5 hitters sometimes will be called upon to bunt in a crucial situation.
He was showing bunt, but taking 1 ball, 1 strike. I wonder when the last time was he laid down a sacrifice bunt. He had none last year.
And probably none the year before, and the year before he probably hasn't had one for a while. What you may see here is Stump Merrill take the bunt sign off and maybe put a hit and run on if he can get the count to 2-1 in his favor. He may try that.
And he punts it foul. Now, we have some information courtesy of Mike Swan. The last time Mike Swanson, I like to call him Swan, you know,
Swanee,
in honor of Russ Swan, the pitcher. Swanson says that June 18th, 1986, Don Mattingly laid down a bunt.
Sounds about right.
Got the runner over 5 years ago. If he gets it down here, of course, it's 2 strikes. He was probably not going to try now. It would almost be historic. Russ Swan.
But again, if they get the count to 2-2, you may see a hit and run with Steve Sachs.
Caught by Reynolds, and Sachs hurries back to first. Mattingly 2 for 5.
The ball was hit soft enough that Sachs could get back in time. Mattingly's upset.
Ooh.
There's a soft line drive. But by the time Reynolds comes down with it, Sachs is back at first safely.
Yankees, as Kevin Moss comes up into this game with a record of 7-13, coming off their worst winning percentage in 77 years last year. So these have been frustrating times for Don Mattingly, who's operated at such a high level on some very tough Yankee teams for so many years. 0-1 the count to Kevin Moss. He is 2 for 4. And that's a ball. Now, last night, Moss faced Russ Swan, and he singled against him.
May have been one of the reasons that Stump Merrill wanted Mattingly to bunt.
And back to the bag goes Steve Sachs. The crowd in Kingdom, Joe, is very, very quiet. Here's Mattingly back in the runway just off the dugout.
Yeah, I saw a bat just fly by.
Hang out in private back there. I wonder if he's doing any Jack Clark stuff back. Yeah, look at this.
things happen in the past.
Seen it, but you've never actually done anything.
No,
like that.
no. Wasn't strong enough to pick up the chair.
2-2 the count to Kevin Moss. Dramatically trying to cool down a little bit. But again, there's the pressure you're talking about. You talked about Mullins earlier. That pressure trying to hit the home run. And there's Mattingly. He knows the weight of this club and the success or lack of same in this ball club rests very much on his shoulders.
Well, the one thing you have to admire that, you know, he does have class. He went back in the back and did it privately rather than doing anything out in front, maybe showing up his manager or showing someone up. He went back in the back and vented his frustrations alone, which is the way to do it. I'm sure he was not happy about Bunny. He's a guy that's been MVP in the league, led the league in hitting, etc. So
there goes Sachs. Good jump. And he's in there easily. Great jump against Swan there, and the new catcher Sinatra didn't have much of a shot.
No chance at all.
Moss down on strikes.
Sachs is an excellent base stealer. Got a good jump there and took off.
His 5th steal of the year.
With a left-hander, their delivery is slower to the plate, so when you read them, in most cases, there's not going to be a good shot at you at second base.
Now they're going to walk Barfield with another lefty, Matt Noakes, on deck. So Barfield 1 for 4 tonight. A couple of strikeouts. Gets the free pass. Both bullpens are quiet at the moment, although there is some people stirring now. There are some people stirring in the Seattle bullpen. There's Noakes on deck. They're walking Barfield to get to him.
Well, Noakes is a guy that if you fall behind and have to throw him a fastball and get it down and out over the plate, it really will not matter whether you're left-handed or right-handed.
Ball 4.
As pitching is concerned.
That is only the second walk received by the Yankees in this game. Barfield will take the walk to first. 2 on, 2 out in the 10th inning. And Matt Noakes coming up. Noakes faced Swan last night, and he walked in that ball game. Swan came out in the middle of the game and faced 4 left-handed hitters. He got Mattingly on a double play, but then Moss singled, Mel Hall doubled, and Matt Noakes walked. Now here comes Jim Lefevre. He's got Mike Jackson throwing in the bullpen here. But he's got his left-hander in the mound with the left-handed hitter, Matt Noakes, at the plate.
Jim just wants to remind him of the scouting report of how they want to pitch Noakes in this situation. He wants to make sure that Sinatra, who has relieved the starting catcher, remembers exactly what they want from, you know, how to pitch to Noakes.
Now, let me ask you this, Joe. Looks like Noakes is definitely going to hit here. He's been a hot hitter, but now Lefevre, he waited to see if they were going to hit for Noakes. They didn't. Then he goes out, but now Stump Merrill could put up his right-handed hitter for Noakes and not have to worry about them bringing in the right-hander.
Well,
once you've made the visit, you've got to face another hitter.
If they bring in the guy now, they can go ahead and switch. If they can.
I mean, the manager visits the mound and he doesn't have to face another hitter?
Right, no.
Swinging strike 1.
Not if they make a change.
Oh, and 1 the count. Sports Center coming up next. I thought if the manager went to the mound,
well, I think there's
once he departed, then the pitcher had to face another hitter before he could change it.
You're probably correct.
No, well, then there must not be anything to it. 1-1 the count to Noakes. There's Barfield at first. Sachs is the man at second, and Noakes is trying to bring him home. Mike Jackson warming up in the bullpen. Russ Swan delivers. Ball 2. And Noakes, we've been watching him these last 2 nights. He's up there with that Yankee Stadium swing right now.
Right. That's why it's imperative for him to get ahead in the count, which he is now. 2-1. He's going to get a fastball. At least he's going to look for one. He wants it out over the plate and down. If he gets that, doesn't matter what kind of swing he has, he can do something with it.
2-1 the count. Sacks at second. Barfield at first, 2 down. Foul tipped it.
That wasn't the pitch that he wanted, though. That's a good fastball up and in. He wants the fastball down and out over the plate. And this is a fastball up and under the hands. Perfect pitch from a left-handed pitcher to a left-handed hitter. Frank Howard cheering him on.
That's the Yankee hitting instructor, Big Frank. 2-2 the count. 2-2 the score. 10th inning. Struck him out with a slider in the dirt. Sinatra throws him out at first. The inning is now over. Noakes 0 for 5 tonight. Top of the Mariner batting order coming up. 2-2.
Every dream I ever had about basketball, I can never make a basket. I never make the basket. I always shoot it, but I never make it. And I don't know why, but, you know, I have a lot of dreams about playing basketball, of course, because this is all I do. But I can never make a basket in my dream. We always win the games, but somebody else always makes the shots.
And you'll see that entire interview with Larry Bird on SportsCenter right after the game. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. Joe, we've had rain delays, 2 hours plus in Kansas City last week. Tonight you can't have a rain delay. We're indoors, but we got extra innings.
Well, more fun. Watch more baseball.
Could go all night.
No. Someone will score, even though they're both not doing a good job at getting runners in from second right now. Someone will score. Back to that pitching thing, we were both correct. If they do not pinch hit, then the pitcher has to pitch to the guy. But if they do pinch hit, he can bring in another pitcher.
Right. But you are actually more correct. And we looked it up in the rule book, Rule 806, about the manager visiting the mound. As Greg Briley is the hitter, by the way, hitting leadoff, and he's 0 for 4 tonight. Tries to drop a bunt down, but fouls it back. It is 0-2 as he faces Guterman here. The rule reads, the manager is prohibited from making a second visit to the mound while the same batter is at bat.
Right.
However, if a pinch hitter is substituted for that batter, the manager may make a second visit to the mound, but must remove the pitcher. So, correct. You were actually correct. Here's Sachs to Mattingly, and Briley is retired, and he is 0 for 5. Harold Reynolds, hitting number 2 tonight, has gone 3 for 4, and he comes up here. 2-2 the score, last of the 10th.
On a hard hit ground ball as a second baseman, you have to just block the ball. That's basically what Sachs does here. Let it drop, and you have plenty of time. If you're playing shortstop, you have to catch the ball cleanly. That's why shortstop is a tougher position to field than second base or third base or first base.
Here is Reynolds. Pops it up. First ball swinging. Mattingly. And Noakes there. Mattingly calls him off and takes it. So Reynolds is very quickly retired. 2 down. And Ken Griffey Jr. comes up. 2 runs and 12 hits for the Yankees in the ball game. The Yankees have left 10 men on base. 2 runs and 7 hits for the Mariners with 7 men stranded. 2-2. Griffey drove in the Mariners' first run with a 2-out double off the wall in right center back in the 6th. And for the game, he is 1 for 3 with a walk. Curveball blooped. Out goes Espinosa. It falls, base hit. The outfielders were all extremely deep late in the game, not wanting the ball to be hit over their heads, and Griffey dunks a single in front of them.
Well, you said it exactly correctly. The outfielders with 2 down, you do not let a ball be hit over your head that stays in the ballpark. You keep everything in front of you. So being that deep, they had no chance to catch the little bloop off the bat of Ken Griffey Jr.
Here is O'Brien. Tough night hitting in the cleanup spot. He has not gotten the ball out of the infield. He's hit a ground ball every time he's been up there. In the 4th inning, he came up with runners at first and second and nobody out and hit a double play. In the 6th, he came up with 2 down and a man at third, and he grounded out to short. The Mariners have used every player off their bench. The only available players now are pitchers from the the bench. There's ball one. The Yankees, on the other hand, have not used any of their bench players. There is Rich Monteleone warming up in the Yankee bullpen again, a right-hander. Guterman, the fourth Yankee pitcher. Island, 5 2/3 innings, 1 run. Canteray, 1/3 of an inning, no runs. Farr, 2 innings, 1 run. And this is the 3rd inning, correct that, the 2nd inning for Guterman. He left the bases loaded there in the 9th inning. In a way, got that one to the outfield, but still a ground ball to the infielder. Going to the 11th, tied up. Fans, this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. And that's what that means right there. Don't do it. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan, your ESPN Sunday Night Baseball telecasters. And a look at the Kingdome, very large building, home of the Seahawks of the NFL, Mariners of the American League of Baseball clubs. And they have been filling it up this year. 3 times they have drawn more than 50,000. And I'll tell you what, they've gone years and years and years without having even 1 game over 50,000 here. The average crowd, this is tonight 24,391. That's below what they've been averaging so far this year. A tribute to Jeff Smullian and his group, the new ownership, and the marketing people they brought in. They're doing everything right here. I'm thinking just get a cleanup hitter. Strike 1 to Hensley Mullins. A swing and a miss facing Russ Swan. There's Jim Leyritz waiting on deck, awaiting his turn. They had a game here 2 weeks ago on a Saturday night with Oakland, 51,000 plus. They went to the bottom of the 9th trailing 2-0, and they scored 3 times against Eckersley and won the game. And for the Mariners, who have been an expansion team, it seems like all these years. I mean, the Blue Jays have emerged as a power.
Right, yeah.
They came in at the same time, as did the Mariners. But the Mariners have just been an expansion team all these years, it seems. There's a ball, 2-2. But that was one of the great victories they've had with the combination of circumstances. The great comeback, the huge crowd against the best team in the American League. Swung at one in the dirt that time, and Sinatro throws him out. Mullins is 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. Stay tuned now. Sports Center comes up after the game with Bob Lee and Bill Patrick. They have all of the baseball scores and highlights and a full slate of NBA playoff action to tell you about, and a special in-depth conversation with Larry Bird, whose Celtics today defeated the Pacers. And I know, Joe, quite a ball game. They beat the Pacers 124 to 121.
Wouldn't be surprised if Larry was not watching the ball game. Congratulations, Larry. Played well today.
Larry Bird met Don Mattingly. Seems to me sometime this winter or in the spring. Both of them from Indiana. There's a strike to Leyritz, who is 2 for 4 in the game. Each very much admiring the other's work, and Mattingly kind of surprised to find out that Bird was quite a baseball player in his own right.
First baseman as well. He was a good first baseman. Hurt his hand playing baseball in college. That's why he didn't continue.
1-2 to Leyritz as he fouls one back. Espinosa is on deck. Both bullpens are busy now. Here's Russ Swan. Works on Leyritz here in the 11th inning. Way outside. 2-2 the count. Next Sunday we'll be indoors again from the Astrodome. And we'll get a look at those young, exciting St. Louis Cardinals who've had just an excellent start under Joe Torre with the likes of Ray Lankford, Bernard Gilkey, Todd Zeile, Felix Jose. old guys are still doing a job down there, like Ozzie Smith and Pedro Guerrero. And that Houston ball club, which is totally reworked. And they've been very competitive early on. This is Vizquel throwing out Layridge. 2 down in the 11th. And the Houston team with guys like Jeff Bagwell, acquired from the Red Sox, Steve Findlay, acquired from Baltimore, and Pete Harnish, the young guy acquired from Baltimore, is leading the league in earned run average right now.
Can't get any runs, though, when he pitches.
I think he's got 1 win, and the other day he pitched a 2-hitter in Pittsburgh.
And lost.
And walked 1 and lost 1-0. That's right, yeah. We'll see him at the Astrodome next Sunday. 2 of the young building teams. And especially in the case of the Cardinals, very much an early surprise. Here is Espinosa. He has doubled and singled. He's had a sacrifice bunt, and he's flied out. 2 for 3. 1 strike to count. About a study in frustration with these teams tonight. The Yankees, as a team, 1 hit in 11 at-bats with the man at third or second or both, which we call scoring position. Just 1 hit in 11 chances. The Mariners, no hits in 8 chances with men in scoring position. Broken bat, bouncer to short. Does Vizquel. Then Russ Swan has an easy time of it. Cicato, Buhner, and Schaefer. Into the night we go from the Pacific Northwest. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball. We're in the last of the 11th inning here, and we got a 2-2 tie. The Yankees and the Mariners. The Mariners coming up right after the ball game. Stay tuned for Sports Center, the Emmy Award-winning program with all of the day's happenings and news from the world of sports. John Habian comes in to pitch now. He is from the New York area, and after spending years and years in the Baltimore Orioles organization, mostly in the minor leagues, he spent the last couple of years at the Yankees and starting the season in the big leagues this year.
Because Lefevre has used all of his bench, Merle has him in a tough situation. He can match up his right-handed pitcher against all right-handed hitters this inning.
First ball swinging, Henry Cotto to Roberto Kelly, 1 away. Just like that. Cotto down, and here is Buhner.
So the advantage in this late inning ball game goes to Stump Merrill. He still has his bench over there waiting with a group of left-handed pinch hitters, whereas Lefevre has used all of his.
Lefevre, combination of circumstances, I guess. One, right. He was playing behind, and to catch up, that caused him to make a couple of moves.
And he took a chance to win a couple of times. So
yeah, in the 9th inning,
right,
he used some people to try to go home with a winner. Swinging strike by Buhner. Buhner's lined to left center, foul to the catcher. He has doubled home a run, and he has walked. 1 for 3. 2-2, last of the 11th. And that's a ball. Now we say scoring position. We've been talking about that all through the night. The 2 Mariner runs were runs driven in on extra base hits, driving in a runner from first base. And that's a ball. With some hitters, the guy at first base is in scoring position.
Some of your big boppers.
2-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Schaefer's on deck.
Right back at us. We're both flinching, huh?
Goes back to that camera down there. We're looking at the monitor, and we hit the deck. I remember Don Ossie, very fine relief pitcher and veteran pitcher, pitched for years and years in the big leagues, right up through last year. 2-2 to Buhner, and ball 3. He had a recurring nightmare all through the years he pitched. He'd jump up in the middle of the night, scream, and put his hands in front of his head. You know, the dream of a line drive being hit right back at it. Even in his sleep, it was a reflex to get the heck out of there. Strike 3 call in the inside corner. 2 down.
Well, it was a curveball away the pitch before. Now he comes back inside with a breaking ball. Even though the catcher sets up outside, there's a breaking ball on the inside corner. Buhner takes it for strike 3.
Now Jeff Schaefer coming up. 1 strike to count. Schaefer entered the game in the 9th inning as a defensive replacement for Scott Bradley. And for a moment, it looked like Schaefer had won this game. On his only at bat in the 9th, it looked like he had himself a single to left. But Alvaro Espinosa made the play of the night with a diving stop of the ball. And he actually turned it into a force out at second base, getting Buhner. So Schaefer was an inch from being the hero of this game and already home buying the drinks. And here he is now in the 11th inning. He's the hero. Everybody buys one for him, don't they? That's right. That's what they do for heroes. Matt Noakes right to the edge of the dugout to grab that one. We're having a shortage of heroes in this ball game. We're going to the 12th inning. Top of the order coming up for the Yankees. Kelly, Sachs, and Mattingly.
Center fielder.
Against the left-hander, Russ Swan. This is Swan's 3rd inning now. He's worked the 10th and the 11th, giving up 1 hit and 1 intentional walk. Roberto Kelly, 1 for 4 with a walk in the game. His 1 hit, an infield hit back in the 3rd. Oh, and 1 the count. Mariner, third baseman Schaefer guarding the line against the extra base hit. And 0-2. Swan comes in here throwing strikes in the inning. Swan with a 1.29 ERA coming into this game. 1-2 the count. And 2-2. The slider missing.
This is the inning that the Yankees have their best opportunity to manufacture a run if you're not thinking about hitting a ball out of the ballpark or something like that.
Into deep center. Griffey going back. Plenty of room out there. And he makes the catch. Kelly retired. 1 away.
The reason I say that is because of the speed of the first 2 hitters, Roberto Kelly and Steve Sachs.
And remember, tomorrow at noon, the Winston 500 from the Talladega Super Speedway. It was scheduled today. We got it rained out. You'll be able to see it live beginning at noon Eastern, 9 Pacific tomorrow. Ernie Irvan will sit on the pole and try and duplicate his Daytona 500 triumph right here on ESPN tomorrow at noon. Steve Sachs 2 for 4 with a run batted in. Strike 1. Here's Mattingly. Sachs asks for time, backs away for a moment. 0-1 the count. Yankees got a run in the 3rd and a run in the 5th. Mariners got 1 in the 6th and 1 in the 7th. Sachs has a base hit. His 3rd hit of the game. He singled against Swan in the 10th and eventually stole a base. And now Mattingly comes up. Mattingly 2 for 5.
And he will not be asked to bunt this time, I'm sure.
Well, we saw him sort of tearing it up back there in the runway after he lined out in the 10th inning, but he was asked to bunt until it was 2 strikes. So perhaps frustration at not getting the hit, but frustration also perhaps at being asked to bunt. Strike with a fastball. Certainly is a handicap for Mattingly in that spot. It was. He's bunted foul twice. Now it's a 2-strike count, and he's facing a tough left-hander. O'Brien on the bag at first with Sachs. This is the 12th inning. Mattingly hitting .267 for the year. Look out.
He's a little late on that one. Mattingly, you have to stay in there on the left-hander in case it's a curveball or a slider. And at the last second, he realizes it's not going to break, so he better break down. He's frustrated a little bit there.
A ball and a strike to count. Russ Swan makes a move to first, and Sachs is back.
That's what makes pitchers have an advantage. He's thrown 2 fastballs inside. Now he can go away with a breaking ball, or he can come back in. He has a plus on his side right now.
There goes Sachs. Reynolds drives the ball. All hands are safe. Then he throws the ball away. Sachs will go to third. Mattingly will hold it first, having overrun the bag.
That was almost a great play. Almost a great play by Reynolds to be able to keep the runner from getting into scoring position on the ground ball. But Sachs, under a full head of steam, actually knocks the ball out of his glove right there. He throws a right shoulder into him, knocks it out. Good job of base running by Sachs. He catches it. No, he actually, the ball is out before Sachs hits him. But Sachs throws a shoulder into him. As he throws the ball away, Sachs goes over to third.
So now 2 errors charged in the play. The 1 error for not catching the ball, allowing Sachs to get into second base. And the 2nd error, the wild throw, allowing Sachs to go to third base. 2 errors in the same play. Well, they put Sachs in motion, and it paid off.
Right. I thought they were going to do that the last time, hit and run, but they did not.
He bends Moss back. Right-hander in the Seattle bullpen warming up. We're in the 12th. On deck is the right-handed hitting Jesse Barfield. Mike Jackson warming up out there in the Mariner bullpen. Kevin Moss 2 for 5 in the game. One of his hits was a bunt. Infield double play depth. The pitch. The dirt and bouncing away, and here comes Sachs. All of a sudden, the Mariners self-destructing here in the 12th inning. The Yankees are ahead 3-2. And a little mini celebration goes on in the dugout.
The way things have gone for the Yankees and the Mariners tonight, this may have been the only way that either one of them were going to score. It's a breaking ball down and away. Sinatra tries to get in front of it, can't come up with it, and Sachs comes home with the go-ahead run. Mattingly moves down to second base.
They threw that breaking ball, and there's always that risk with a runner at third base. Moss up the first base line. That's a foul ball. So it is 3-2 Yankees. It took 2 errors and a wild pitch to get that go-ahead run home. The Yankees' first run since the 5th inning. Mattingly back to second now. And as that wild pitch unfolded, ball into the back of the screen, Harold Reynolds, as Mattingly took second, went over there and started kicking at the dirt like DiMaggio in the 47 series. Awfully frustrated now.
Well, he tried to make a great play, which was the play to make. But in doing so, it was a tough play. It wasn't an easy play. He had to field the ball quickly and try to tag Sachs as he was going by.
And then after having dropped the ball, throwing to first, but it was too late at first.
Right. That was the only real mistake I think he made, was throwing to first after there was no chance to get Mattingly. You have to try to make the play in the late innings if it's there. That was the double play by tagging Sachs and throwing to first. But once you botch it, you have to accept that fact and just give him one base.
3-1 to Moss. 3-2. And it could go back. We've been talking about this a lot. Going back to pressing, trying a little too hard to get it done. 3-2 Yankees. A base hit could make it 4-2. Mattingly at second. The outfield is really deep here for Moss. Moss hitting .273. He struck him out. It's 11 strikeouts for Seattle pitching tonight.
Moss swings at a breaking ball down and away. Good slider from Swan. No chance for Moss to make contact.
And they're going to walk Barfield here intentionally. The right-handed hitter with the lefty, Matt Noakes, on deck. Noakes waiting his turn. Second straight time that Barfield will have been walked intentionally by Swan. You get this 4-batter spread here. Mattingly, Moss, Barfield, and Noakes, and Barfield is the only right-handed hitter among those 4.
In an ideal lineup, you would have your 3-hitter, maybe right-handed, your 4th hitter left, and so forth and so on. You try to go every other guy being the opposite in a 3-4-5 situation. That's ideal. That's an ideal batting order. If you can go lefty, righty, left, right, left, right.
Now Matt Noakes, and he has had a long night on this long night. He is 0 for 5, 2 strikeouts, 2 fly balls, and a ground out. 2 on, 2 out. 3-2 Yanks. Strike 1. Now, when the Mariners come to bat in the last of the 12th, remember, they have used all their players off the bench. There are no moves left to be made for them. It'll be Matt Sinatro, Omar Vizquel, the numbers 8 and 9 hitters, and then leadoff man Greg Briley. In the dirt, dug out by Sinatro. And Sinatro, the man who will lead it off, has not come to bat this year in a big league game. A ball and a strike to Matt Noakes. Toward the middle. Reynolds gets to it. Here's the throw. Off the bag, and the bases are loaded. Barfield over to second and Mattingly to third. Probably Swan out of the game.
Play is backhanded behind second by Reynolds. He tries to throw to first. The throw was almost in time, but offline. And safe at first is Noakes.
And it's a base hit for Matt Noakes. And now it takes Swan out of the game. And Mike Jackson comes on. He'll be the 5th Yankee pitcher of the night. 3-2 Yankees. Bases loaded, 2 down.
He's looking dead red. Got it, but he fouled it back.
1-1 the count. Paul had an excellent spring. Kind of forced his way into the consciousness of Stump Merrill and kept thinking young players, but this guy's pretty tough to keep out of there when you're struggling the way they have been.
Had a couple of hits in last night's ball game when he started.
He's hitting only .211 in 38 at bats, but he has 9 RBIs. He's got a few sitting out there right now if he could get a base hit. Bases loaded, 2 down. A 1-1 pitch from Jackson. 2-1.
That shows you that Jackson doesn't want to come after this fastball hitter with nothing but fastballs. You have to change a little speed there so you can see another pitch. If you throw him like 3 or 4 fastballs in a row, no doubt Hall will be able to gauge one and zero in on the speed.
The outfield very deep, and so is the infield. That's foul down the right field line and into the crowd.
Zeroed in on that one.
2-2 the count.
Gary Matthews, who was one of my favorite all-time teammates, we played together in Philadelphia in '83. And he'd say, I'm walking to the plate, Joe, I'm looking dead red, sitting on nothing but a fastball. If he throws anything else, he'd say, I may hurt my back. Then other times he'd say, I'm going up looking for a little slide piece. That's what he called a slider.
Well, this guy's got a pretty good slider, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Jackson. Slide piece.
A little slide piece. There it is.
In the dirt. Well, he's run out of room to maneuver now. We're going to get that confrontation. What do you think? Fastball coming, 3-2?
If I'm the hitter, I'm sitting dead red again.
Dead red.
He has thrown 3 breaking balls, and he has not been able to get them over. So there's no reason for me to believe that he would be able to get one over 3-2. So you sit dead red, and if you get it, you may get 4 runs on the board. If he throws a curveball, you may just walk back to the bench.
The runners ready to go. They're off. And there's a high, lazy pop fly, shallow right. And Buhner takes it. And Jackson got it. So the Yankees get a run on 2 errors and a wild pitch. They leave 3 men on. They've stranded 13 again. 3-2 Yanks today in Anaheim, 6-4 by the Angels. So the Yankees would move up to 6th place, which is nothing to get a whole lot excited about. I don't think they're talking about that right now. Mel Hall in left field. And there is Bob Guerin, the new catcher, talking with his pitcher, John Habian, whose game it is to win now, if he can hang on to it. The Yankees won here Friday night. They split the first 2 games, and they have not won 2 games in the same series yet this year, which they can accomplish right now by wrapping this one up. John Habian has not won a game in the big league since he was with Baltimore, 1988. Matt Sinatro up for the first time this year takes ball 1. 3-2 New York. It's the last of the 12. The Yankee bullpen is very busy. Right along the third base line, but Leyrich was playing him there. Can't hold it. And Mattingly makes a nice save at first. Leyrich was guarding the line, and what happened just now was not supposed to happen. Well, the ball hit along the line.
Leyrich is really not as close to the line as you might think. He actually catches it, but it comes out of his glove when it hits the ground. He gets up and throws. A great play by Mattingly to keep the ball from going down the right field line. Leyrich actually caught the ball, but he jarred it out when his glove hand hit the ground.
And not a very wise idea to throw the ball there.
No.
He's very fortunate he had Mattingly over there to save him. Well, that tying run would be in scoring position, at least at second, maybe third. Sinatro is aboard. They give him a base hit. Here's Omar Vizquel. Bunts it. Guerin, the new catcher, will have to go to first. Sacks covering. And Vizquel has moved the runner up. Now, if they can just get a base hit with a man in scoring position, which they've done only 1 time since Tuesday.
Well, it's a nice play by Guerin. He runs out, takes charge, and throws Vizquel out at first base. So the tying run is in scoring position now.
Here's Briley, and he has not had a hit all night long. 0 for 5. He's the leadoff hitter. Sinatro, the possible tying run. Ball 1 from Habian. Now, nobody's guarding any foul lines or anything. Swing, says Larry Young, the third base umpire, on appeal.
Briley tries to check his swing, but third base umpire said he went too far. Larry Young.
Lefebvre is frustrated about that call or just about the game in general?
I think more about the game because it looked like Briley went.
Steve Sachs throws out Briley as Sinatro goes to third. Right after the game, Sports Center, so stay with us. Harold Reynolds coming up, and Joe, as we tell you about Sports Center, with that ground out by Briley. Since last Tuesday, the Mariners as a team have gone 1 for 30 with men in scoring position. 1 for 30.
Well, one thing about that, John, percentages are in their favor with this batter then. Percentages say you have to get a hit sometime with runners in scoring position.
But Wait a minute, Stump Merrill just heard you. He's running out to Telehabian. He's on his way to the mound.
That's why, as a team, you do not want to play a team that has a 7 or 8 game losing streak, because percentages say they're going to win one eventually. And percentages say that the Seattle Mariners will get another base hit with a runner in scoring position. And the longer they go, the better their chances of getting one.
What are they saying about Reynolds in this particular at-bat?
Well, the surprising thing to me is that they're playing so deeply on the infield. They're playing back deep.
He beat out a bunt back in the 6th inning. He has 3 hits tonight. Ball 1. The infield, the only man who's in at all is Layridge at 3rd. Everybody else is very deep.
Sachs and, of course, Mattingly on the right side are playing way back.
2 down. Last shot for the Mariners. Ken Griffey Jr. on deck. There's Sinatro. He's the possible tying run. And it's a strike. Now Reynolds is, of course, the last hope for the Mariners, but also it was his 2 errors in the first half of this inning which set up the Yankees' run, which put them ahead. So it's 1-2 now.
To read Stump's mind and what they've done to Reynolds since Stump went out to talk is he told him he wanted him to overpower him. He's gone after him with fastballs and tried to throw his best fastballs in this situation. The last thing you want is a breaking ball in the dirt for a wild pitch. But Reynolds is their best hitter in 91 with runners in scoring position, 6 for 17, which is .353.
Up the middle. It's falling. Base hit. It's tied up. He did it.
Percentages say they were going to get one. They went after him with all fastballs. This is a high fastball. Reynolds lines it into center field.
Center fielder, Ken Griffey.
And this is Stump Merrill's reaction. Not much of a reaction, actually.
Now here's Griffey. 4 hits for Harold Reynolds, the 7th time in his career he's done it. Griffey pops one foul right back toward us. And out of play. 1 strike. Griffey with 2 hits and a walk, including a run batted in. His double in the 6th drove in Reynolds from first base. And he'd like to do it again here. Well, Harold Reynolds, who had the weight of the world on his shoulders after his 2 errors, putting his struggling club behind. And he comes back with a clutch hit. Not just in a night, but in a week when his entire team cannot get a hit like that.
The Yankees had a chance, the bases loaded, after they had scored the 1 run and couldn't push anyone across. So they gave the Mariners an opportunity here.
And back to the bag is Reynolds. He can steal a base. The outfield very deep. Roberto Kelly's almost out of sight in center field. Reynolds took 3 steps and stopped, and Griffey broke his back. 2 strikes to count. There's the outfield defense. That's Mullins in left center. There's Kelly way back in center.
Again, with 2 outs and the winning run on first, you want to make sure you keep the ball in front of you. You play shallow, and if Griffey hits it over your head, Reynolds will score easily from first. If you keep the ball in front of you, they have to get another base hit in order to score the winning run.
Yankees have Plunk and Monteleone up in their bullpen. They've used their left-handers. Canteray and Guterman were the 2 lefties in the bullpen, and they've already appeared. So Habian stays in there, 3-3. 2 strikes to Griffey, and Reynolds dives back.
0-2 is not normally a good running count, but in this situation, I think it's a perfect running count. If Reynolds is thrown out, Griffey would lead off in the bottom of the 13th inning. If he makes it, Griffey has a chance to drive him in.
He's not going. Strike 3. A foul tip. Guerin holds it. 1 run, 2 hits. We're going to the 13th inning. Leyritz to lead it off. It'll be the 13th inning now. And they say the Doldrums, both clubs, are having a hard time getting their runners home. The Yankees have stranded 13 men tonight. The Mariners 9. The Yankees had a 2-0 lead earlier. The Mariners came back to tie. The Yankees had a 3-2 lead in the 12th. And the Mariners came back to tie. And the Yankees, who have not won 2 games in any single series this year, they had one within their grasp, at least it seemed, with 2 down. But Harold Reynolds took himself off the hook with a clutch base hit to send home the tying run. 13th inning. Here we come. Jim Leyritz, the hitter, 2 for 5 tonight. And that tying rally by the Mariners started. A ground ball hit down to Leyritz, right along the line.
It was a tough play. He actually caught the ball, but when his glove hand hit the ground, it jarred it loose.
Espinosa will follow Leyritz. Swing and a miss. We're looking at Mike Jackson, the 5th Mariner pitcher, and their bullpen is busy again. They've got more out there to which they can go. Tell you what, earlier this week, there is Bill Kruger, the left-hander, warming up. In Milwaukee, the White Sox and the Brewers played 19 innings. Who were injured, who weren't supposed to even play at all. Bill Spires came in and played the last 5 or 6 innings. He was not supposed to play at all. 2-2 now, the count to Leyritz. It becomes sort of a war of attrition when you get as far as this, doesn't it? I mean, you've used up your bench, your bullpen gets thin. It's a high foul down the right field line, and it will land out of play. Half the Mariner team, it seemed like, giving chase on that one. 2-2, the count to Leyritz. In fact, Gaylord Perry here tonight. Tomorrow night is Gaylord Perry 9th at the Kingdome. And back in 1964, the year this, we tell you Sports Center is coming up next, the year that Shea Stadium opened, the Giants played a doubleheader with the Mets at Shea. The first game went 9 innings. The second game went 23 innings. And Gaylord, who was a young pitcher, struggling, out of necessity, pitched 10 innings in that second game. Vizquel throws out Leyritz, 1 away here in the 13th. And here's Espinosa. That made Gaylord a guy that they say, hey, he can do something for us. Espinosa helped keep this ball game going. He saved the Yankees with this play in the 9th inning, and a ball hit by Jeff Schaefer. If it goes through, the winning run scores. Not only did it not go through, he got the force out at second base, the play of the night.
Very nice play.
And here is Alvaro Espinosa. 2 for 4 in the game. Strike 1. Double and a single. So sometimes in those extra inning ball games, a guy does get a shot to show what he can do. We all know what happened with Gaylord, and he got that good look in that long game at Shea that day many years ago. 0-2. Inning. The Mariners in their half of the 13th will have O'Brien, Cotto, and Buhner due up. Inside for a ball, 1-2.
Very good fastball by Jackson. Good 0-2 pitch.
He's a guy with the great stuff. You always hear his name in trade rumors. Came to the Mariners from the Phillies. He was part of the deal that sent Phil Bradley from here over to Philadelphia a few years ago. Espinosa with a high fly ball. Out number 2.
Espinosa swings, hits the ball in the air, fires the bat. And Roberto Kelly has had to move 3 times tonight to avoid the bat from Espinosa.
Starting to take it personally.
Yeah, he was upset last time, but he probably didn't remind him before he went to bat this time.
Kelly, the hitter. 1 for 5 with a walk. Ball 1. Espinosa now 2 for 5. Three to 3 in the 13th inning. And there's a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike. We had 24,391 here tonight. Looks like many of them, Joe, have left here and have taken our dinner reservation. 1-2 the count. Here's a look at the crowd remaining. Of course, this is an early game for out here. The game started at a little after 5 o'clock Pacific time. And that will go into the upper deck foul. Roberto Kelly batting with 2 down in the 13th inning. Steve Sachs on deck. Kelly with 1 hit. Sachs on deck, 3 hits tonight. Mattingly's had 2 hits. Moss has had 2. Leyritz 2 and Espinosa 2. The Yankees getting the hits has not been a problem. They've had 14 of those. Getting the runs, that's another story. The Bronx Bombers, they're not tonight. No homers and 13 singles out of those 14 hits. Oh, wait a minute. I found another double, Joe.
Oh, okay.
12 singles. Leyritz also had a double, as did Espinosa. Somehow that even sounds worse. The Mariners with 10 hits, including 8 singles and 2 doubles. Griffey and Buhner with the doubles. This is the third baseman, Schaefer, throwing out Kelly. O'Brien, Cotto, and Buhner coming up the middle of the order. We go to the last of the 13th. Still, Yankees 3, Seattle 3. Center. 1-1 to O'Brien. He was last night's hero for the Mariners. There's a ball in the air, but right to Kelly, the center fielder. 1 away. 0 for 6 for O'Brien.
Those hurt early in the season. Takes 2 days to straighten up an 0 for 6 almost.
It's like that minor league game a number of years ago, the year of the 33-inning game. Wade Boggs played in that game. He was with Pawtucket. Cal Ripken played in that ball game. A lot of guys who made the big leagues played in that one. Wade Boggs, after the game, called his dad, as he always did. His dad says, "How'd you do?" He says, "Well, I got good news. I had 4 hits." And the guy said, "Great." He says, "Well, it's not that good. I was 4 for 12. Henry Cotto, the hitter. He's been safe in an error and fly to center. He entered the game as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning. A ball and a strike to count to him. Habian, the 5th Yankee pitcher. We're in the 13th to 3-3 tie. 1 out and nobody out. Everybody's straight up here for Cotto. He tries to bunt his way aboard, but merely foul tips it into Guerin's glove. 1-2. Mariner bullpen is busy. We may see a new pitcher in the 14th, if there is a 14th. 1-2 pitch, too high. 2-2. Cotto batting .281. Homered this past Monday in Baltimore. There's Bill Kruger, the left-hander, warming up in the Seattle bullpen.
Mike Jackson for the Mariners is basically their stopper now. He's throwing well, so.
Into left field, but it's hanging up, and Hall makes the catch. 2 down. Well, the Oakland Athletics getting clobbered 2 straight days, giving a hope to the rest of the division, but nobody else has asserted themselves early. White Sox have really been struggling after a great start. Texas right there at 500, despite the Nolan Ryan history. California struggling. Minnesota actually been the hottest team the last couple of weeks. They've won 9 of their last 13. Then the Mariners, the streaky team, down in 6th place. And Kansas City, they finally won last night for the first time in more than a week. Here is Jay Buhner. Buhner has the power to win this one. Takes ball 1. He has driven in 1 run with a double right along the 3rd baseline. That was back in the 7th. 1 for 4. 2 down, nobody on. 3-3 in the 13th inning. What's the longest game you ever played in, Joe?
17, 18 innings probably.
How did you do?
I mixed in a walk. I can't remember the longest game. We played a doubleheader in San Diego once. The first game was about 16 innings, and the second game was about 18. I remember that.
In the same doubleheader?
Same doubleheader, 16 and 18.
2-1 to Buhner.
That's about the longest. 18 probably is the longest I've ever played with.
How'd you enjoy it?
9. 9 is what it was scheduled to be.
Strike 2. You're having a hard time even thinking about that.
Yeah,
those long ones, aren't you?
I don't mind from the broadcast booth.
You're blocking, Joe.
Yeah, playing is the problem. Your mind is pretty much geared for 9, and you start to get mental fatigue after about 12 innings.
Strike 3. Buhner goes down. And we're going to the 14th inning. Sachs, Mattingly, and Moss coming up. And we'll see who's coming out. 3-3. We're in the 14th inning already in a 3-3 tie. Harold Reynolds tied it up with a clutch 2-out single in the 12th after Sachs had scored the go-ahead run in the first of the 12th. The Yanks have left 13 men aboard, the Mariners 9. Steve Sachs will lead it off here in the 14th inning for the Yanks. Sachs has had 3 hits for New York.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Mike Jackson pitch to Steve Sachs and then be relieved if he gets him out.
He's got the left-hander Kruger warming up in the bullpen, and 2 left-handed hitters, Mattingly and Moss, coming up. Here's Kruger down in the Mariner bullpen. Big, tall veteran lefty.
Because Sachs is the last speed in the Yankee lineup, you want to make sure he doesn't get on base, so you leave Jackson in the pitch to him.
Strike 1.
Sachs and Kelly are basically the only 2 guys that will steal a base for you on the Yankee lineup.
3-3, top of the 14th. 1 ball, 1 strike. Yesterday was a very big day here in the Seattle area. It was the opening day of the boating season. There's some 200,000 people at the boat races that they have, the regatta at a place called the Montlake Cut. And boating in this part of the country is really something crucial to the lifestyle. We have more boats per capita in this area than any other area in the country. Up through the maze of speakers and wires and back in amongst the spectators, Sinatro gave chase. The count 2-2 to Sachs. But I think the encouraging thing from the Mariners standpoint, the ball club standpoint, all of that happening, that was always something bad for the ball club. People were going to be elsewhere. Well, they were elsewhere yesterday, but then they were still here. 53,000 last night on opening day of the boating season.
Not many people left on the Mariners bench.
Jim Lefevre down at the far end with his coaching staff. Check swing, Sachs fighting off a tough slider there. 2-2 the count. Well, what we're seeing with the Mariners tonight, it kind of reminds me of our game last Sunday night when we saw John Wathan's Kansas City Royals. Without Brett, without Seitzer, and without much offense. Towards short, Vizquel on the move. Throws out Sachs. 1 away. Well, the Yankee manager Stump Merrill started the year with a different look in the batting order. He had Sachs first, Mattingly second, and Kelly third. And you get a look at how they hit in those different spots in the batting order. He's got Kelly first, Sachs second, and Mattingly third. Kelly's done well with it, and Sachs has done well with it, but Mattingly's average has gone down since the change. Well, Joe Morgan called it right. They're taking Jackson out. He did his job. He retired Sachs, and they're going to bring in the left-hander Kruger now with the left-handed hitters coming up. And don't forget, Jackson entered this game in that bases-loaded situation in the 12th with 2 down, and he got Mel Hall in a clutch spot where the Yankees could have broken it open.
Right, he had to get a fastball hitter out with a fastball. That's not an easy chore in that type of situation.
And he went on to retire every batter he faced. So here is Kruger now with Mattingly coming up. 3-3 in the 14th inning. Kruger is a very well-traveled left-hander. Used to be with Oakland. He was, what? He didn't play when you were there, did he?
Yes, he did. He was a teammate of mine in 1984 in Oakland. He had just come up. He threw very well. He had control problems. But he has a good fastball, good curveball, and a change.
Don't forget now, tomorrow, the Winston 500 from the Talladega Super Speedway. It was scheduled for today, but it got rained out. So you'll be able to see it live at noon tomorrow. That's noon Eastern. Pole sitter Ernie Irvin, who will be out there trying to duplicate his Daytona 500 triumph. So don't miss it tomorrow at noon on ESPN, the Winston 500. Now there's Mattingly, number 23, and Moss, number 24. And it was interesting. Moss had been given number 14 for the Yankees equipment manager, which had been Lou Pinella's number. The equipment manager had been saving it for a special type hitter, because it wasn't just any number he felt. And he had given it to Moss, and then Moss ended up trading. So he never cared for it that much.
Yeah. Well.
Mike Blowers is wearing number 14 now. Here is Mattingly. He's hit 10 home runs in his career in this ballpark. Left-hander against left-hander. And that's a base hit.
Well, that foils that strategy right away.
That is Mattingly's third hit. 3 for 7.
It's a low and in fastball. Most left-handed hitters are low fastball hitters. Low and in from a right left-hander, usually something you can handle. Most left-handers try to pitch left-handed hitters above the hands or above the wet belt.
Now Kevin Moss.
Your bat's a lot quicker down low than it is up high.
Ball 1 to Moss. Moss hit a home run last night in the 9th inning of the game. Three to 3 in the 14th inning. Moss tonight has 2 singles, including a bunt single. That's a strike on the outside. A ball and a strike. Yankees with 15 hits now, but 13 of them singles. O'Brien on the bag at first with Mattingly. Kruger to the plate. A slider, a breaking ball, a curveball for a strike.
Good curve. He has an excellent curveball. Has a big break to it. Starts real high and then it falls off.
Jesse Barfield, a right-handed hitter, is on deck. Kruger, the 6th Mariners pitcher of the game. Foul tip held by Sinatro. Strike 3. Third straight time that Moss has struck out.
4th of the evening. It's another curveball from Kruger. This one's out of the strike zone. Moss goes after it, but he's fooled by it. He's out in front.
Here's Barfield. He has 1 single tonight. He's been walked intentionally his last 2 times. And the breaking ball in for a strike. You know, Joe, starting to feel like rain now. I wouldn't be surprised if we had a long rain delay coming up in here real shortly. Pitch is high for a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
What do you say, leak in the roof, huh?
It was raining all morning, wasn't it?
Yes.
They told me about the great weather they were having. I walked out in my shorts and my T-shirt. Go take a walk, and it was freezing wet. Outside, 2-1. They don't have any tarps here in the Kingdome to put over the infield. If they ever did have a rain delay, they'd have a hard time keeping the infield dry, I'll tell you that.
They have to call it on account of rain, huh?
I think they should be forced to put those tarps in there. You know, every ball club has one. Every stadium has them. That's a ball. 3-1.
They should be there for no other reason than to hinder the infielders from going over and making a catch,
That's right. I mean, they've got plenty of foul territory in this park as it is. Too much. 3-1 the count to Barfield.
Barfield's a good fastball hitter, especially from the left-handed pitchers. So he will probably get a fastball. He should be sitting on the fastball here, 3-1.
Well, he knows what to do with them.
Yeah.
And Kruger walks him. Well, you got Barfield has hit well over 200 home runs and chance to beat you. He'll go after Guerin instead with a fresh count here. 2 down. But now Guerin just needs a base hit. He can get Mattingly home from second with a single here. Bob Guerin. A couple of years ago, played much of the second half of the year and really hit well. They liked the way he worked the pitchers. Last year he did not hit. And then this spring he got hurt, and while he was hurt, they liked the idea of Noakes and Leyritz back at the plate. Apparently a lot of talk that he was going to be traded, but nothing ever transpired. Bob Guerin, 2 on, 2 out. Ball 1 from Kruger. Guerin 4 hits in 14 at bats, 2 RBIs. Coming up next is Sports Center. All the day's highlights. Stay with us. Either right after the ball game or during the rain delay, which for some reason I feel is inevitable. 1 ball, no strikes to Guerin. Mattingly at second, to Barfield at first. Swing. 3-3, 14th inning. The Yanks have 15 hits. But with men in scoring position, they don't, well, how many do they have? 1? And that 1 did not score anybody. Scoring position, my eye. 1-1 the count. 2-1. On deck, Mel Hall, a left-handed hitter. Jim Lefebvre, he's used everybody just about.
The one thing you do not like if you're the manager is that your left-hander keeps falling behind your big, strong right-handed hitters. Because you get behind 2-1, 3-1, you have to come with the fastball.
That's fouled back and out of play. 2-2 now to Guerin.
And you can only dodge those bullets so, you know, ever so often. You have to keep throwing them the 2-0, 2-3-1, 2-1 fastballs. One of those right-handed hitters will catch up with you.
Bob Guerin facing Bill Kruger. By my count, Kruger is the 21st Mariner player in this game. The Yankees have used 17 players.
Well, the fans are getting back into it.
2-2 pitch. That's foul. Down the third base side. They were whistling. You must have all the just European fans still here. They do in Europe. They don't boo, they whistle. What are they trying to do? Distract the pitcher? I haven't heard this in too many ballparks.
Well, it can't be distracting their own pitcher. I think they want to distract the hitter.
Distract Guerin, that's right.
Yeah, get him excited. Swing batter, here it comes.
Thought I was in Yankee Stadium for just a second there. Guerin, the hitter. Mattingly. The possible go-ahead run. A base hit away from perhaps scoring here. There's Barfield over at first base. Both ready to go in anything. 2 down. 2-2 to Guerin. Kruger ready. Here it comes. Guerin was not tempted. 3-2. Well, now they will be going, and now if Guerin gets the base hit, Mattingly surely will score.
And Mullins is on deck, a right-handed. No, I'm sorry, Mel Hall is on deck, left-handed hitter. So that will dictate what type of pitch Kruger wants to go after Guerin with.
Doesn't have to give in to him?
He does not have to throw him the fastball unless he wants to. He may come with a change or something else.
Runners go. Fastball, but it's too high. And the bases are loaded. And here comes Mike Paul, the Seattle pitching coach, out to impart some words of wisdom to Bill Kruger in the 14th inning. Perhaps such as, don't walk this fellow.
Don't walk this next guy. You're right.
Mel Hall entered the game in the 12th inning. And he, against the right-hander Mike Jackson, flied out with the bases loaded. Big moment in this game. A chance to break it open. The count went to 3-2. But then Jackson got Hall, as he did everybody else he faced in his inning and 2/3. There's a Seattle bullpen. The only players on the entire squad that the Mariners have not used are the other 4 starting pitchers. Eric Hansen, Randy Johnson, Brian Holman, and Scott Bankhead. Hansen goes, what, tomorrow night against the Yankees. Bankhead pitched last night. Holman pitched Friday. Bases loaded, the pitch to Hall. Fastball for a strike, and it's 0-1. He did not like the call.
Mel wanted to get ahead in the count so he could sit on a fastball. He's a good fastball hitter, and if you're not used to facing left-handed pitchers, you do not want to see the curveball. Curveball takes timing, and if you haven't faced them, your timing will be off on the breaking ball. And Mel is basically plays against right-handed pitchers.
30 years of age, and that misses. Hall, a lifetime .275 batting average, but against left-handers in his career, 164, and that's 347 at-bats in his career versus the lefties. The 1-1 pitch. But right there is Vizquel up the middle. Tags second in time to force Guerin. The Yankees leave them loaded again for the second time in the last 3 extra innings. They've left 16 men in the game. Mariners coming up with Schaefer, Sinatra, and Vizquel. And the Mariners. Now, back in 1981, when the Yankees were good and the Mariners were not, Tom Paciorek, May the 8th. This is the bottom of the 9th against Rudy May, and it won the game. That was a great moment for the Mariners. A sudden death victory over the Yankees. And to make it even more incredible, he did the same thing the next night. And that was what was kind of ironic, Joe. In those days, the Yankees, that same year, they went to the World Series. They were a power, and the Mariners were an expansion team. And yet when the Yankees came in here, it was a chamber of horrors. Last year, the Yankees, their worst team in 77 years, they come in here, they go 5-1. They're 1-1 this year in this ballpark, and having a heck of a time getting beyond that. So far, 1-1-1.
Rudy May, the guy who threw up the pitch, we went to high school together, played high school baseball together, played semi-pro, American Legion, etc. And he had a very successful career in the major leagues. Now lives near Sparky Anderson, somewhere in Thousand Oaks, California.
Rudy May, he had an excellent career, and
both the National and the American.
Some excellent years with the Yankees. So here is a new pitcher now, Rich Monteleone, and he faces Jeff Schaefer. Shows bunt, takes a called strike from Monteleone. The last time Monteleone worked was Wednesday afternoon in Oakland, the day of Ricky Henderson's famed stolen base. And Monteleone in that game gave up a home run to Canseco. Schaefer's not a guy who figures to hit one. And that's a ball. 1 ball, 1 strike. This game now, 4.5 hours along, and it is the longest game for time in the history of the Kingdom. Joe, it's a record.
Yeah.
And we saw it.
Right.
We covered it. Somebody get us another ball game so we can break into it. Now let's go to John Miller and Joe Morgan for the record-setting longest game in the kingdom. I'll send it to myself, yeah. Well, here we are. That's the scene. Jeff Schaefer leading off in the last of the 14. And against Rich Monteleone. Outside, 2-2.
With their rally caps on, or at least one.
A rally cap. Well, they only need the one. They don't want to get greedy here. 2-2 to Schaefer. Foul tip. Winged to the plate umpire. Rich Garcia. Schaefer nearly the hero back in the 9th inning. But his would-be base hit intercepted by a diving Alvaro Espinosa, the play of the 9th. Garcia's okay there.
It's a foul ball. It gets the top of his mask and pushes it on the top of his head. And even though you have the mask on, a baseball with that kind of force jars you a little bit. But Rich Garcia is a warrior. He's had a few of those, I'm sure, fouled off his mask over the years. Well, maybe not. He's still trying to collect himself at the plate. Now he says he's okay. Steve Palermo started in from first base. Now they're going to take another second here. They're looking for a trainer, but now he's saying he's okay again.
Really waved him off. Palermo and Mike Riley both started to come in. 2-2.
Still remembers the count, so he's okay.
I'd like to have seen a trainer out there anyway. A trainer come in. It's a foul down the left field line. The Mariners, just for the record, July of 1985 in this ballpark, played the Toronto Blue Jays in a 13-inning game that lasted 4 hours and 27 minutes. That had been the longest game in the history of the Kingdom for time.
So where are we?
Oh, we're at 433. We've beaten that rate. We obliterated that record. They did play a road game once that lasted 6 hours and 6 minutes. So we can shoot for that one. Outside ball 3 to Schaefer. And you know what? The Mariners, a game I broadcast. The Mariners played the longest game in the history of Fenway Park.
Maybe it's you that creates these long games.
I feel like it is. 3-2 the count to Schaefer. A pop-up right side. Sachs goes out with Mattingly. Mattingly says, I got it! I got it! And he takes it. So Schaefer pops out. There is one away. In the American League East, the Boston Red Sox, they keep rolling right along. They beat the White Sox 9-1 today. A game up on Toronto. Toronto shut out Kansas City. Detroit. Oh, that big power. Yeah, they're doing all right. Milwaukee, after a slow start and with some injuries to key people, they've played well. Cleveland, after 3 weeks or more of just total ineffectiveness with the bat, they come pounding the Oakland Athletics the last 2 days. Here is Matt Sinatro. The game of the Red Sox went 20 innings, Joe, 1981 at Fenway Park. All those years in that ballpark, that's the longest game in the history of Fenway. That's a called strike, 1-1. Here's Matt Sinatro. You know, you talk about percentages, Joe, and a guy being due. Yeah. Sinatro has not hit a home run since 1982 in the big leagues.
He's definitely due.
He's been due since about 1983. He's about 8 years overdue. Outside ball 2. Sinatro in his only at-bat of this season got an infield single in the 12th inning and scored the tying run of this game. So far, for the amount of time he's played, he's having a great year. Just off the corner. And it is 3-1. Vizquel is on deck. 3-3 in the 14th inning. Two managers, a lot of worry for one night here. Yankees guard the foul lines at third base and first. Here's the pitch. He walked him. That's the 5th walk allowed by Yankee pitching. How's your scorebook doing, Joe?
This is the last inning I have available on this particular page.
Well, don't worry, because I feel like there's a rain delay coming anyway. You feel it?
No, not yet.
And wind is really picking up.
But I think they are going to get the tarps you asked for.
Yeah, I hope so. Sometimes when we get past the 13th or 14th inning, I start to hallucinate. Here's Vizquel. He is 1 for 4 with a sacrifice bunt. The switch hitter facing Rich Monteleone. Ball 1 knocked down by Guerin. Vizquel puts up the stop sign for Sinatro. Back to the bag. Well, his last home run in the big leagues, 1982. When was his last stolen base?
Some managers in this situation would take a chance and go ahead and have Vizquel try to drop down a bunt, maybe to beat it out for a base hit, but just to get that runner in scoring position.
There he goes. Mattingly can't get it. Sinatro will go to third.
Jim Lefevre wants to try to get the runner in the scoring position, so he puts the hit and run on. Sinatro gets a pretty good jump. The ball is grounded in the hole. It was an in-between hop for Mattingly. He tried to knock it down, but could not. Sinatro goes around to third. And they have runners on first and third now with 1 down.
They've got the left-handed Briley, followed by the switch-hitting Reynolds. Briley is 0 for 6. Reynolds 4 for 6. The infield in and the outfield in.
And they're going to pitch to Briley, looks like.
Does that surprise you?
Yes.
Briley, hitless all through the night, with a chance to be the hero in the 14th inning. Ball 1. They're going to pitch to him and pitch around him here.
I think they're going to pitch to him. A normal situation, percentages say you walk the guy so you'll have a force out at any base. In case something happens, you have to go for the double play. But Stump does not want to have to face Harold Reynolds with the bases loaded.
Now you see the outfield. I mean, any ball hit deeper than where these guys are, it's going to score the guy.
So you have to back up. He's going to be able to score.
1-1 the count.
They're also in shallow, so if there's a line drive hit, they can charge it. And if they can short hop it, the guy at third will have to stay there and tag up or something and not be able to score.
Are they in far enough? How about Mullins in left?
Mullins is not in far enough, especially with a left-handed hitter up. He heard you. He walked in a couple of steps.
Mullins, Mel Hall.
Mel Hall, we're right. We're going to get that right. We've been here long enough, we've made that same mistake.
Mullins hasn't played since Thursday.
Yeah.
Which was the same game. There's Mel Hall on left. It still looks a little deep.
I agree with you. The infield is playing in a situation where they can go for a double play. If it's a one-hopper to Sachs or Espinosa, they will go for a double play.
To end the inning. That's into right field, and it's short hop by Barfield. Here comes the throw home. I can't believe it. He got him. Do you believe that?
Yes, I believe it, but it was a poor base running play by Sinatro. First of all, you can't score if he catches the ball in the air, so you have to go halfway or 3/4. So when the ball does get away, you're able to score. You can't tag up and score, which he tried to do. That was the mistake. You have to go halfway, well, more than halfway. You go towards home plate. So if he doesn't catch it, you can score. But that's the reason, as I mentioned, they play the infield in. I mean, the outfielder's so shallow. And, of course, Barfield with the gun comes up firing, not even a close play.
Not even close.
At home plate.
Wow.
He just starts a roll.
And he got Guerin in the face with the back of his hand here.
See, he was tagging up. There's no reason to tag up on that play. You can't score if he catches it in the air. So you should be halfway down in case the ball short hops him, as it did, and it bounces away. You would have been able to score very easily. So just a poor base running play. No reason to tag up.
Well, Guerin got shaken up here. He got hit in the side of the face. And they're having him take a couple of pitches here. Gene Monahan, the trainer, out with Stump Merrill. Well, when's the last time that you saw that happen?
This is the first time I've ever seen that happen.
I've never seen it.
I have never seen it, simply because if the outfielders are playing in, you can't tag up on a sacrifice fly if he catches it. So you have to go down the line. In case he doesn't catch it, you can score, which is what happened. But if you tag up, you're not going to be able to score anyway. That's why they play in shallow.
Well, when you mentioned it, even before the play, you said,
yeah,
to maybe short hop a line drive and keep a guy from scoring. And I thought, well, I've never seen that.
Well, I know
that, Joe. I'm very impressed.
Well, I know that's possible, but it's not probable.
I mean, what are the odds that you would mention it before it would happen in the first time in history?
Right. That's the first time I've ever seen it.
Amazing. Here is Reynolds now. Once a hero in the 12th, once a GOAT in the top of the 12th, and he can be the hero to end it here. He's already had 4 hits in the game. His errors in the 12th set up the Yankees run, but then his clutch 2-out base hit in the last of the 12th tied the game.
The outfielders, of course, have returned to their normal positions now with 2 down.
And by the way, Briley will get credit for a base hit.
Correct.
But not an RBI, rather obviously. We're talking about men in scoring position, Joe. When are they in scoring position exactly?
Well, no doubt. Well, you have to give him a base hit with men in scoring position there. They had runners at second and third. He got a single. Well, first and third, and he got a single.
Man at third, and he singled, and he doesn't get the man home. That's a strike to Reynolds. 2-1.
That's why I've never seen it before. That was a single to the outfield. Sometimes instinctively, as a base runner, you start back to tag up on a ball hit in the air. But you have to remember the situation and think about it before it happens, as we were discussing it before it happened.
Well, it's 3-1 to Reynolds now. On deck is Ken Griffey Jr. Reynolds is liable to get something to hit here. There's Vizquel, the runner at second. He is the possible winning run.
The only one that matters.
There's another runner over at first, Briley. Finally got a hit. Looked like he was the hero. But the hit to the outfield did not get the runner from third home. It was a high fly ball. Long run from Mel Hall in foul ground. And we're going to the 15th inning. Wow. We'll see how many other ways they have of not scoring in this one. We're going to the 15th with Leyritz, Espinosa, and Kelly due up. It's 3-3 thanks to Barfield. And a base running mistake by Matt Sinatro. Out by plenty. And for those of you back east, good morning to you. We're glad to have you still with us. We're indoors at the Kingdome. Don't worry about any rain delays. But we've had just about everything else that could happen in a bizarre fashion, and none more so than this play.
Well, with the winning run at third base, the ball bounces away from Barfield. He makes a fine barehanded catch to recover, fires a strike to Guerin at the plate, and Sinatro is out by whatever you want to say, 5 feet or more.
Well,
bad base running play because he did tag up, and there was no reason to.
We're talking about one for the books there, Joe.
That is one for that's one for my baseball books. I haven't seen that play before.
I'd say he was 12 feet from the plate when Guerin got the ball.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I define it.
All right. He
Yeah.
was out by 12 feet in this.
Could have been 13 or 14 if you ask me.
Very unusual, though. I mean, you can't tag up. If he catches the ball in the air and you tag up, you're going to be out by 12 feet as well. More than that, because he fumbled it and you were still out by 12 and you tagged up. So I don't.
So he was doing
understand
something
the purpose.
that could not have gotten him home either
any
way.
Right, couldn't work.
Here is Jim Leyritz. 2 for 6, a single and a double, facing Bill Kruger. Wow, what a night. 15th inning, 3-3. And somebody better keep all sharp objects away from Jim Lefevre. That's a ball. 2-0. Right after the ball game. Right after the ball game. Sometime within the next hour and a half or so. Sports Center. Don't miss it. Of all the highlights of this game, which we're going to need to watch ourselves to remember. There's a strike. 2-1 the count.
Hard to believe. There's been a lot of weird things in this ball game. Or I should say unusual things.
Oh, name one.
We have set a record for time. I played in the Major League for 21 or so years, and I have never seen a play like that. Well, there was a base hit to the outfield, and the winning run didn't score from third.
I never even read about one like that. I read about Ernie Lombardi, Hall of Famer, who played with Cincinnati back in the late 30s and into the 40s. A great hitter. They called him the Schnoz. Great hitter, but incredibly slow. I read where he got thrown out at first on singles to the outfield.
Yeah.
Leyritz with a pop fly into right. Buhner is under it. You know, I think they made a mistake this year, Joe, here. Leyritz retired, one away. They should have brought the fences in instead of back. I think what's happened is they put the fences so far back that you can't hit home runs here anymore. Here is Espinosa. He's doubled and singled. Had a sacrifice bunt. Then he's flied out, grounded out, and flied out again. Through the first 8 innings, he was 2 for 2. But since the 9th inning, he's 0 for 3. There's a pop-up. Way up there. It's coming down. Reynolds under it. He's got it!
Now he's 0 for 5 since then, huh?
2 down. Here is Roberto Kelly. The Yankees left the bases loaded in the 12th. They left them loaded again in the 14th. Last night, they left 13 men on base in their 3-2 loss. Tonight, they have left 16 men on. But we're in the 15th inning. Ball 1 to Kelly. Kelly had a hit back in the 3rd inning. For the game, he is 1 for 6 with a walk.
That was Matt Noakes. Or Leyritz. That was Leyritz. Noakes is upstairs someplace. He's been gone.
Noakes, they took him out of there way back in the 12th inning. 2-1 to Kelly. Kelly's got some pop. He could hit a home run. The Yankees tonight, by the way, when they've had a man in scoring position, what we used to call scoring position, the Yankees are 1 for 14.
Was there a new definition for scoring position now, right?
Now that's foul and out of play. 2-2. The Mariners have had 2 hits with men in scoring position.
Or what
one
we
with
call scoring position.
One with a man at third that didn't get the guy home. We're at the Kingdome in Seattle. 10 o'clock Pacific Daylight Time. 1 o'clock back east. The Yankees and Mariners still duking it out. 3-3 in the 15th. Bill Kruger, the 6th Mariner pitcher, misses badly. 3-2. Steve Sachs on deck. He's the 6th pitcher, the 21st player. The Mariners have used everybody except their 4 other starting pitchers.
So Bill Kruger will win or lose this ball game.
3-2 pitch, swinging a foul. So he's still alive up there. We just got something in on the wire, Joe. that is almost akin to Sinatra not scoring from third on a single to right. The New York Times early edition, or one of their editions, ran a story that just came out saying the Yankees won the ball game in the 12th inning 3-2.
Oh. Surprise, surprise.
Ball 4 to Kelly. Dewey beat Truman, and the Yankees beat the Mariners all these many years later.
Because of Kruger's slow delivery to the plate, Roberto Kelly should be able to get a good jump at first base. He has a big leg kick, slow delivery, and he throws overhand curveball. So Kelly should be able to get a great jump from first and see what happens with Steve Sax if they put a hit and run on, or it's just a straight steal.
Sax will probably bunt and Kelly will score.
They may be able to score when they're not in scoring position, you're saying.
That's right. All right, now they're going to have a conference out there. There's O'Brien at first with Kelly. Steve Palermo, the umpire. There's Reynolds in from second, and Sinatra, the catcher, talking with Bill Kruger. Kruger is from the Pacific Northwest, as I recall. He was a pretty good college basketball player at the University of Portland.
Power forward?
I think so.
Or was he a small forward?
Kruger is 6'5". He went to the University of Portland, got his BA in business administration. And he played both basketball and baseball there at the university. And among his teammates, Ken Daly was a pitcher with that Portland team. And Darwin Cook, you remember him? Pretty good guard in the NBA.
Yeah.
Played in that basketball team with him. That was back in the era when, probably overstating there. Bill Cartwright was at the University of San Francisco, and Portland was in that same league. They were arch rivals, and Kruger, an important member of that club. And he might have played guard. I'm not saying that he didn't. Seems to me he played forward, but he might have played some guard. 1 strike to count.
He really quickened his motion to the plate on that particular pitch. He has the high leg kick normally. He shortened it and threw a strike to Steve Sax.
1 strike to Sax. They pitch out, but Kelly's not going. All right, they pitch out there. Do they have to pitch out again?
They will not pitch out again.
Will Kelly run on this pitch?
You want to know if I would?
Yes.
Yes. But whether Kelly would or not, we'll have to take a look, see. If you get a good jump off a left-hander, it doesn't matter whether they pitch out or not.
A ball and a strike to Sax. Kruger stepping off the rubber, trying to look Kelly back over there. Kelly has stolen 4 bases, none tonight. He's been on base 3 times in this game. And at the plate 8 times. Sax, the batter, with 3 hits in the game, plus a sacrifice fly. He's had a hand in 2 of the Yankees' 3 runs. Kelly not going. That was a sort of a semi-pitch out.
Well, what he did was he rushed his motion. He really didn't stop at the belt as long as he had been before. So he kind of rushed through it, and he did not have his weight behind the pitch. So it looked like a pitch out because it was up and away. Here's a perfect steal pitch or a perfect hit and run situation.
2-1 the count. Kruger sending Kelly back to the bag.
And Kruger, of course, is aware of that, so he tries to chase him back. But it's a perfect situation to hit and run on. 2-1. They will not pitch out.
2-1 the count. He's not running. 3-1.
Now they have to go. Steve Sax is a good contact hitter, and he's ahead in the count 3-1. So you almost have to send Kelly from first base to stay out of the double play. If it's a ball, Steve Sax can take it, or if he hits one in the gap, he can score.
He's not running. Strike 2.
Shows how smart I am. Now he has to go, John. There's no way he can stay at first this time.
I'm not going to say anything positive from here on, Joe.
He has to go.
I think he might go.
He has to go.
3-2 with 2 outs. We're pretty sure he's going.
He has to go.
Two down in the 15th inning. He's going, and the ball is fouled away. Well, you know, you wonder, I mean, the Yankees have very little speed, and what little they do is embodied in Kelly and Sachs, and yet they have a chance to use it, and they don't.
Well, there are a lot of ways of looking at it. If Kelly steals the base, he's in scoring position. I don't mean after 3-1, early in the count. Sachs gets a chance to drive in, or they walk him and pitch to Mattingly. If they throw Kelly out and you go to the 16th inning, well, you have Steve Sachs leading off, another speedy guy.
Right.
So
with Mattingly and Moss, yeah. But
percentages say that you go ahead and do that.
And Sachs is not likely to drive him home from first.
Correct.
Kelly runs. The ball is driven to center. But there's Griffey. Easy play. The 402nd pitch of this ball game ends up in the glove of Ken Griffey Jr. And Ken Griffey Jr. will have a chance to end it when he leads off in the last of the 15th inning. Tied at 3. Try and wrap it up. With the Mariners trailing 2-0 in the 6th inning, he came up after Harold Reynolds beat out a crazy-looking bunt. I mean, so many things have not happened tonight for a hitter.
Right.
The 2 worst bunts of the night both ended up as base hits. Reynolds with a drag bunt on 1 hop to Sachs, who couldn't get a grip on it at first, double clutched. And then Griffey followed that with a screaming double to right center to score him. Moss had a bunt on a sacrifice attempt in the 8th inning. Terrible. He popped it in the air, and the ball fell. Nobody could get it, and he beat it out. Things have worked out just the opposite of what you would have expected in this game. Ken Griffey Jr.
Well, he has a chance to add to his legend here in the Seattle area.
A game that started, what, 5 hours? We're at the 5-hour mark, I believe. Swing and a miss. He was attempting to do so. Did not want to go 1 minute beyond 5 hours with this game, I think. Griffey has flied out. He's walked. He's doubled home a run, struck out, singled, and struck out again. 2 for 5. 2 strikes to count. Monteleone making short work of him, it looks like. 0-2. O'Brien on deck. Cotto due third. The Yankees still have 2 players on their bench which they have not yet used. Flowers and Velarde. Down the left field line. He can run a long time on this one. Mel Hall giving chase. Griffey on his way to second. And he'll hold there with a double.
Well, Griffey Jr. gives him a start here. It's a good pitch by Monteleone. He gets a sinker away. Griffey reaches out and flips it down the left field line. No one's home, and he goes to second with a leadoff double.
They walk O'Brien now with the right-handed hitter coming up. Cotto.
I'm not going to guess anymore. They should, but I'm not going to guess anymore.
Well, I'm thinking if they walk him and then Cotto bunts, makes it tougher to get Griffey over. You've got the force out at third base. Well,
wait a minute.
They're not going to walk him.
Wait a minute. This is becoming very unusual. This is a very unusual game.
Foul. O'Brien's got to get the ball to the right side. Got to pull the ball.
Yeah, and he hits his first pitch foul down the left field line.
It's not been one of Pete's better nights. He is 2 for, what is it, 0 for 6.
Do they realize that it's no one out?
So you think Stump should walk this guy?
Yeah,
but since he's
not,
O'Brien's got to pull the ball.
Yeah.
Cotto is on deck. Runner at second. Up the middle, and he's made the save there.
That's why Stump is a manager and I'm not.
That's why Stump is a manager. You mean Stump knew that was going to happen?
He knew that was going to happen. Because I figured that
Maybe he thinks he's invulnerable.
It's a fastball that he should be able to pull, and he hits it right back to the pitcher, the only place that he could get hurt. If he pulls that ball to the right side, Griffey Jr. would have been able to advance to third easily.
Well, you know, Stump got out of his spot where with a runner at third, they hit a base hit to right, and the runner didn't score. He thinks he's invulnerable now.
Well, he knows what he's smarter than I am.
Why waste these intentional walks? Here's Cotto, 0 for 3 since he entered the game, and a nice save by Guerin. Cotto has come to bat one time in his career against Monteleone, and he hit a home run against him. That's yet another at bat with a man in scoring position without a hit.
Well, Griffey Jr. was in scoring position, because if he gets a single, he would have scored.
Oh, Cotto chased the bad one. Palermo says strike and appeal. 1 ball, 1 strike. Buhner, another right-handed hitter, is on deck.
I'm still trying to figure out what Stump was thinking there with the left-handed hitter up and a right-handed pitcher on the mound.
I don't understand.
He understood it, but he got away with it.
Whoa! Ball 2. And now Guerin is going to ask Monteleone to do better than that. 2-1 the count.
What happens there is you give them 3 chances to drive in the run. If you walk him, you may only give him 2 chances by getting a double play. Guerin makes a nice save with a pitch up and away.
Right. Well, if you walk him, Cotto
may try to bunt, but even if he buzzes and he's not successful or a ground ball, you get a double play. So 2 guys would have only had a chance to hit, 1 a chance to drive him in. Now you give him 3 chances. He retired O'Brien, but even if he retires Cotto, you still have to get 1 more out.
Well, let's say
so
that
you get 3 shots at driving him in.
Had he walked O'Brien,
correct,
and even if Cotto got the bunt down,
then you walk
Buhner, and you got Schaefer up.
Then a ground ball, and you're out of it anyway.
And Schaefer's not a guy that.
And in that case, you're only giving him 1 chance to drive the run in.
That's right.
But
the bottom line is,
he's smarter than how we are. He knows what he's doing. He knows his pitchers. He knows his players. We don't. But I know one thing, if he keeps throwing his pitch out there like that, he's going to accomplish what O'Brien couldn't do.
Guerin is really...
I mean, this is like...
Nice grab there, Bob.
Yeah. Guerin is...
saving these guys.
Yeah.
3-2 to Cotto. Monteleone with Griffey at second. Up the middle. Grabbed by Espinosa, and he throws to first for the out. Griffey goes to third. Alvaro is the vacuum cleaner out there tonight. If the ball's hit on the ground somewhere between second and third, he is getting to it on this night. Not as spectacular as the play he made in the 9th.
Well, Monteleone gets a good pitch in on the hands of Cotto, so the ball's not hit as sharply as Cotto wanted to, so it gives Espinosa a chance to get over, but he makes a fine running play on it.
Now you've got Merrill at the mound, and he brings his third baseman, Leyritz, into the discussion here.
Hey, he knows what he's doing, so I'm just going to wait and see what he's doing. I'm not going to make any more predictions here. I'll wait and see what he's doing, and then I'll know exactly what's going on out there.
Well, you got Buhner up. Why would you pitch to Buhner when you got Jeff Schaefer behind him? Nothing against Schaefer.
No.
But Buhner's a big, strong guy who can lose one. And Schaefer's a career minor leaguer.
Tell you what, John, let's wait and see what Stump's going to do. Let's not think about this anymore. Let's not think about it. Let's see what Stump's going to do, and we'll know it's right. Okay, they're going to walk Buhner. Okay, that's the right thing to do.
And they got Leyritz.
You don't walk O'Brien now, but you walk Buhner.
The right-handed hitter.
Yeah.
All right.
So,
well, as Dick Williams used to say, they'd say, why'd you go against the book? And Dick said, well, I never met the guy who wrote that book.
And I guess Stump didn't read the book either, so.
2-0 to Buhner. And 3-0. Hey, Stump realizes that this whole game is now a gift. Okay. I mean, they lost the game in the 14th inning on the single by Briley with a runner at third, right? But they're still breathing. It's all been a gift from there.
Okay.
That's my theory on it. It's almost metaphysical now.
It probably explains it better than anything I could say.
You're just using logic.
Yeah,
see, that's where you
not anymore.
Here's Jeff Schaefer. We thought he had won the game in the 9th inning with a base hit to left, but Alvaro Espinosa made a diving stop of the ball and turned it into a force out. Play of the night. Runners at first and third, 2 down. Monteleone delivers. Ooh,
that was smart play. Smart play by Schaefer with the flash runner at third, Ken Griffey Jr. He drops it down, Griffey would be able to score.
He's got to make sure that he gets to first.
Right. Well, if you bunt the ball down there, panic will set in, I guarantee you. And they would probably try to get Griffey Jr. at the plate. But now Larich comes in a little couple of steps.
He's in on the edge of the infield turf. Again, showing bunt. Now Monteleone in a hole. It is 2-0. On deck is Matt Sinatro. There he is. I'm sure Matt would love to get a chance to win this one once and for all. Griffey led off the inning with a double. He's at third base now. There he is. The possible winning run in the last of the 15th. The longest game in the history of the Kingdom. The outfield straight away for Schaefer.
Well, Buhner at first base should go down to second base as well. He should not stay at first base and allow them to have a force out at second.
Makes it easier on him.
Right. He should go ahead and steal the base. Just take off. They're going to give it to him anyway.
Nobody's holding him, but he's not going anywhere. 2-1.
See, I really think that I'm losing because I don't understand the game anymore. Why would he stay at first base and allow them? Yeah, they're giving it to him. No one's holding him on. Why would you stay at first base and allow them to force you at second base on a ball that they bobble or something?
Could be a tough play, and
exactly.
the only out is at second. Right?
Ground ball in the hole.
As Schaefer hit in the 9th inning. 2-2 the count. I mean, the only play Espinosa had in the 9th was on Buhner at second. Jim. Set him free over there. That's our call.
Let him go.
When it's gone, he probably figures if you let him go, he'd trip or something halfway there. They'd tag him in. 3-3, last of the 15. There he goes. Popped up foul. Chasing is Guerin, but the ball will drop into the grandstand.
Did you call down and tell him to send him or what? There's two ways of looking at it. I mean, if he goes, and even if they throw to second base, you got a fleet runner at third, Ken Griffey Jr. They're not going to throw down.
Doing him a favor.
Yeah. They throw the ball away.
The Orioles used to run a play. I mean, not just the Orioles, a lot of teams. They call it the feigned play.
Right.
Runner at first would fall over, or he'd start to run and then trip and fall while the pitcher was still in the stretch. You get a young guy and throw over there. The runner at third who was fast would break for the plate to score.
That works best with a left-handed pitcher who can't see the runner at third.
There goes Buhner, and Schaefer foul tips one. Guerin holds it, and the side is retired. The Mariners cannot get that hit. We're going into the 16th. Mattingly, Moss, and Barfield into the 16th of a 3-3 tie. Stay with us. Strike three. Guerin holding the foul tip. More baseball coming up. Well, the Yankees and Mariners began, so many hours ago. 3-3, the longest game in Kingdom history. The teams combined have left 30 men on base and are only 3 hits in 27 at-bats with men in scoring position. And one of those came with a man at third. It was a single and still didn't score him. Don't be deceived by those numbers. And now, Sunday Night Baseball continues. Long drive by Mattingly. Griffey Jr. had that one timed. Kind of reminds you of Mays on that one. He had it timed all the way. And Mattingly promptly retired. Gave one pretty good ride there. Mattingly now 3 hits in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 at-bats.
When you talk about a natural, Griffey Jr. is that. Look at, I mean, everything looks so easy to him. I mean, he just makes it look easy, doesn't he? I mean, he's a kid having a lot of fun.
He's got a flair.
Yeah.
Here is Moss. Kruger on the mound. Ball one. So far, nobody, as we play in the 16th inning, nobody has said no mas in this ball game. Kevin Mas, he's a guy who could hit one 400 feet. Hit one here last night. A ball and no strikes. What are the odds? We're in the 16th inning, and there has not been a single home run hit in this game. And Mas hits him. Well, you can see where he hits them.
That's why he works out so well in Yankee Stadium. He's a dead pull hitter when he hits the ball, you know, out of the ballpark. Only 2 balls hit the other way.
Kevin Mas. 3 homers for the year. Curveball. Ooh, that was a close one. 2-1 the count. 3 runs, 15 hits, 1 error, and 17 left on for the Yankees. 3 runs, 13 hits, 2 errors, and 13 left on for the Mariners. Nary a home run. And of the 28 base hits, 23 of them are singles. There's a long drive deep to right field. And gone, a home run. He's done it. Number 4 for Kevin Mas. Nobody in scoring position, no bunting, no stealing. Just hit it out of the ballpark and then trot the bases. 4-3. There's no defense for this one.
None whatsoever. Well, Mas was ahead in the count 2-1, so he was looking for the fastball. Kruger gives him the fastball, and he hits it out of the ballpark. It's a fastball at the middle of the plate.
Here's Barfield. Takes a ball. Kruger has been awfully tough against left-handed hitters. Barfield fouls one back. In the last 5 years, Kruger in the big leagues has given up 1 home run to a left-handed batter. And that was Harold Baines just last year. And now Kevin Mas takes him out of here.
That surprised me a little bit in that he is pretty much straight over the top, so he doesn't really confuse a left-hander. Left-handers with herky-jerky motions or unusual motions are the ones that are usually usually tougher on left-hander hitters than the other guys. But he's pretty true. He's pretty much straight up, stylish left-hander, straight over the top, fastball and the curve.
I have a theory on that.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not using my theories anymore tonight.
Nope, says Palermo, he did not swing. 2-2 the count. Well, my theory is that he hasn't really pitched much in the big leagues in the last 5 years. I mean, he spent a lot of time in the minor leagues.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a pretty good reason.
129 innings with Milwaukee last year, 94 the year before. Only 2 1/3 in Los Angeles the year before that. 2 1/3 in Los Angeles the year before that. 5-2. So
I'm not surprised.
He's not had much.
Right.
That's one of those little numbers, Joe, that can fool you.
That's one of those statistics that really do not mean anything, right?
Kevin Mas has given the Yankees the lead in this one here in the 16th inning.
It's a fastball that's about the middle of the plate. The target is set up in the middle. It gets a little bit on the inner half, and Mas gets the bat out in front, drives it to right field, line drive right out of here.
2-2 to Barfield. Barfield has walked his last 3 times up there. That's from the 10th inning on. Kevin Mas, sort of a prayerful pose there after his home run.
Well, they want some more runs. They had one back in the 11th inning, and it didn't do them enough. They didn't have enough, so maybe now one may not be enough again.
Well, Barfield's been known to hit one out of a ballpark. He can do it. 4-3 Yankees. Up the middle for a base hit into center field. Second hit of the game for Barfield. That is for the Yankees, hit number 17. 4-3. Well, what a night for the Mariners. I mean, they had this game won in the 14th inning. None of it. Tony Kubek just stopped by.
Yeah.
He's never seen anything like it either.
I told you, I played a long time. I've never seen that. He agreed with me. There was no reason to be tagging up. Because if he catches it in the air, you can't score anyway.
Now, I was certainly impressed when you told me you'd never seen it after all those years. And there's Tony, who's an old-timer.
Yeah, he played longer than I did. Hey, we're spanning from 1950 to here.
Tony broke in the 50s.
You're right.
The Yankees, yeah.
We're 50 to here.
There goes Barfield, and Guerin hits a high foul out of play down the right field line.
Told you they didn't think they had enough.
1-2 One strike the count to Guerin. Now, there's nobody to go to here. We're at that part of a game. When you go extra innings like this, it is a war of attrition. I mean, Kruger is it. And
Monteleone is probably going to be it, too.
The Yankees still have Eric Plunk, but I think Plunk...
I thought Plunk was going to be a starter. Maybe not.
Might replace Hawkins in the rotation. Well, in which case they have Hawkins.
They have one of the two.
So they're a little bit more...
Well, that's all right. Stump knows.
Yeah. And Stump is sending
Stump
some
knows, right.
secret-coded information there to Bucky Showalter.
You know, I'm writing a book, so I'm gathering information tonight on unusual things I've seen happen.
That's right.
This will really help.
Well, you might only get a couple of hundred pages out of this game. Up the middle, base hit into center field. Barfield will stop at second. And here comes Lefebvre. This is the this is the third inning of the game for Kruger. DeLucia started, went 6. Swift went 1. Murphy went 2. Swan 2 2/3. Jackson 1 2/3. And Kruger so far 2 1/3, or 2 even. I beg your pardon. Sinatro and Lefebvre out there with Kruger. The Yankees, Island 5 2/3, Cataray 1/3, Farr 2 innings, Guterman 2 innings, Habian 3 innings, and Monteleone 2 innings. 4-3 Yankees. They have 18 hits now. Here's Mel Hall. Hall 0 for 2. There's a liner in the right field. Buhner on the run. He's got it. Goes in behind Barfield. He's back in time. Vizquel does not hold the ball anyway. 2 men gone in the inning, and the batter will be Jim Leyritz. 4-3 Yankees in the 16th. You know, Joe, I'm sure you remember this game, but it was about 63 or maybe 64. A classic matchup at Candlestick Park.
Yeah, Marichal.
The Braves and the Giants. Yeah. Marichal and Spahn. And they went 16.
Both of them.
And neither team scored until Willie Mays hit a home run against Spahn in the last of the 16th.
1-0. Yes, I remember.
We are in the 16th inning here, and for some reason reminded of that. Another man is here who probably was there that night, Gaylord Perry.
I don't think there was as many scoring opportunities in that ball game. Marichal and Spahn were mooring them down.
Spahn said, I talked to him years later about it. He was in for an old-timers game or something. And he said, 16, he was about 42 or 43 at the time.
He was never the same after that?
He never was.
Told me the same story.
He said, I threw just as hard afterward. It didn't get up there quite as quickly, though. But he had, his arm was, it hurt after that.
We talked about it 3 months ago. He told me exactly the same thing.
Now, today, I don't think that would ever happen.
No.
Nobody would send a pitcher out there for 16 innings. Billy Martin, the late Billy Martin in 1980, when he had that rotation of Mike Norris, Rick Langford, Matt Keogh, Steve McCatty, and those fellows, Brian Kingman, they almost always completed their games, and there were some 14-inning complete games that year under Billy Martin. And he got a lot of criticism for that in many quarters. Well, 2-2 to Leyritz.
Most of those guys did not last long either. I mean,
they didn't.
Their arms went down on them in their prime. It's a tough thing to do, especially in Spahn's situation. In those days, they pitched every 4th day, so he had to come back 3 days later and pitch again. I mean, those guys, you know, it was every 4-day rotation or 4-man rotation in those days.
Now, Marichal at the time, he wasn't nearly as old as Spahn. He had some very fine years after that.
He was still young.
16 innings. The other day was the anniversary of the longest game in Major League history, 26 innings. And each pitcher in that game went the distance. It was like Leon Cador and Joe Escher. And the game ended tied. Neither one of them got a win.
No wonder we never heard of them, though. They pitched 25 innings.
26.
26, man.
This is ball 3. Nice save there by Matt Sinatro. Runners will be going. Popped up. Up near a speaker there. Third base side. Over to the dugout. Sinatro. He's got it. Leyritz fouls out. Leyritz is 2 for 8. 1 run, 3 hits. The Mariners have Sinatro, Vizquel, and Briley. And those are the only 3 available. Griffey would be due up 5th in the inning. We'll see. 4-3 Yankees. Stay with us. The last of the 16th coming up. We'll see if Kevin Moss has indeed won this one for the Yanks. And so far we're not. Don't take anything for granted. Last of the 16th inning. This is John Miller along with Joe Morgan, your Sunday night late night crew. Here's Matt Sinatro. Matt has to hit a home run here, Joe. That's the way I'm thinking. He hasn't hit one since 1982. He did not score from third base on a single to right in the 14th that would have ended the game. And he was thrown out by 12 feet. That's the way I heard it. So here he is. He's had an infield single and scored a run in the 12th. A walk, but did not score from third and a single in the 14th. Now Monteleone delivers ball 1. You've got Mattingly at first, Sachs at second, Espinosa at short, Leyritz at third. They've all gone the distance. In the outfield, Hall in left. He's only been on since the 12th. Kelly in center, Barfield in right. They've gone the distance. Guerin back of the plate. There's a liner to Espinosa. 1 away. And Omar Vizquel coming up.
Well, Espinosa has played a great game at shortstop. He prolonged the game by making a diving stop in the 9th inning. And he's made a couple of other good plays behind the bag at second base. This is a line drive. He timed it perfectly. In fact, he just has to go about 6 inches off the ground. Kind of like a Bill Laimbeer jump.
Didn't throw any elbows. Here's Omar Vizquel. That's down the right field line. It's a fair ball heading for the corner. Don't touch that dial. And it's a stand-up double for Omar Vizquel. And the top of the order is coming up.
And the Mariners are still alive. Vizquel gets a fastball up, and he drives it down the right field line. Nice swing. He comes around second. He slows up. The throw goes behind him, and he gets back.
And the Yankee bullpen gets busy. They only have really the one pitcher left, and it is Eric Plunk. There he is, the right-hander. This is the last of the 16th, but certainly not the last of the game for all we know. Greg Briley, he's the man who singled to right with a runner at third, but did not drive him in. Back in the 14th, and he takes a strike. Now, if he can single to the outfield, we'll see if he can get Vizquel in from second. The Mariners have 14 hits, but only 3 runs. The Yankees have 4 runs with 18 hits. This is the 16th inning. Yanks by 1. A movement on that sinker. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Vizquel runs well, so if there is a single to the outfield, he should be able to score, which is always
kind of going out on a limb there, Joe. This pitch is swung on a miss. Strike 2.
A single on AstroTurf with a runner at second is always an adventure. And we found a new way now. A single on AstroTurf with a runner at third is an adventure.
Right after the game, Sports Center. All the highlights of the day in baseball, basketball, you name it. Bob Lee and Bill Patrick.
What happened to the Boomer?
Boomer, he can't go late like this. 1-2 pitch. That's a foul. He's still alive. Foul tip, 1 and 2. Harold Reynolds is on deck.
Berman started this game with us. He should still be there.
That's the way I feel it. We're still here, right?
Right.
4-3 Yankees, last of the 16th inning. There's a long drive to right field. The Mariners have won it. Can you believe it? Time before Seattle. A 2-run homer for Greg Briley. And it's all over in the 16th inning. make sure he touches the plate. They all are out there to make sure, and now they'll all give him a big hug. It took 5.5 hours to do it, and then Greg Briley, who singled home the runner from third but didn't get him home in the 14th, he made sure this time. No mistakes.
And a very fitting ending to a very unusual ball game.
The Mariners have defeated the Yankees on this swing of the bat by Greg Briley, his second home run of the year.
Well, it's a fastball on the inner half of the plate. Briley turns on it. This is a slugger swing right there. And there's Vizquel. He knows it's a home run right away. And he scores the tying run, and Briley comes around to score the winning run.
It's a happy ending for the Mariners, and for the Yankees, a long night of misery. They had this one won, it seemed like, a couple of times anyway. Ultimately, they leave 19 men on base and lose it 5-4. That's the way it ends at the Kingdome. Remarkably, 5.5 hours it took to play it. Monteleone the loser, Kruger the winner. We'll see you next Sunday from the Astrodome in Texas. Stay tuned for SportsCenter. John Miller for Joe Morgan. Good night.